I am here, by the way.
Is this early Halloween?
Yeah.
The
I
dismembered
am
voice of
the
Ken
Invisible
Spock.
Man. No, Hi. Yeah. I'm just putting the last bits of the racking. I'll be back in a second.
I see.
So, how you been since I saw you last?
I've had some tea.
What you have?
It was like a pastry slice, like meat and gravy type thing.
Oh, okay.
With veg and mash and
Chili con carne
very nice.
with barbecue Pringles.
Interesting combo.
Yeah. Oh,
I've had a poo.
Yeah? Oh, that's something.
Yeah.
What? Winnie the shit or...
Yeah. Took a load off. So.
Or a load out.
Or a load out.
Depending how you look at it. Oh, hang on. Hello, sweet pickle.
Hello, darling.
What are you up to? Where are you going? Hello. I don't know why you buggered up in the first place. Something didn't work out. What happened here? Oh. Oh, incoming. Oh. What is da? What's this you're messing with then? Is it an NDA one?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Hello, mates. Wait.
Question.
Yes.
Does it technically violate the NDA playing it on a live open show?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so, anyway. If so, then I've broken pretty much every NDA.
Ever? Yeah.
Actually, there is one, like, secret source here,
Yeah.
under the blankie. Not allowed to do anything with that.
Oh, no. I understand
Literally not allowed to do.
Because
I
that's...
have to get permission to take the blanket off.
It's SNDA, that is a super NDA. There's NDAs and then there's what that's covering. I've been trying to work out the manufacturer by the shape of the end cheek. Because I know an end cheek that looks exactly like that.
I don't think you do. I mean, there's no definition there.
Doesn't matter. That shape, I know that shape.
What shape? There's no
The shape, yeah, there is. It's quite a tall end cap. And I'll tell you what end cap looks exactly like that. And that is the Jupiter 4. Exactly that shape. And depth. Not that it's a Jupiter 4, mind.
Isn't it?
Yay.
Come and see Daddy. Come on. There we go. Oh, spiky girl. Spiky girl.
She's not spiking.
Oh, She's really. Oh, Go. Aye.
Ah, there we go. Right, that's that. All right then there, girly girl. Right. Right. There's the audio interface for the Mac Mini. Tell you what, it's very clear in here. There's a lot of free desk now. No, they're not sweets, they're screws. Sorry. And to prove it, yeah, I'll throw them down there. In my temporary box. Yeah. Oh. I say. Very suave. Now, Steve the Bass is in the house. How you doing, Steve? I haven't heard from you in donkeys. What's going on? Good man. Yeah, do you know what I can't find so far? Is my PSU for the Modwave.
Oh, really?
I know it's knocking around, and it has Korg Modwave sticker printed on it as well, so it doesn't get mixed up with other. Well, actually, I don't know what the hell was going through my mind, but a couple of years ago, I actually labelled them all, so I knew which power, rather than go 9 volt, half an amp, that one.
Yeah, my most favourite studio tool of all time is my Dymo labeler. Everything gets. Nothing gets in without a label. It's
by the way, Wookie, it's 0.8. So you know, this one's nearly finished now. Oh, no, I like a bit of a spring clean now and again. Get rid of all the dust and dog hair and where the hell does this USB cable go? You know. And, all that sort of stuff, and yeah. I don't remember this. So everything's all spruced up, tidied. Although I did have a slap head moment about, let's see, what was it? Half an hour ago. I went up into the attic. I thought, right, now's the time to put my other rack mounts in. So I went up to get my 2 rack mounts. And grabbed them, and as I'm coming out, I'm resting on this thing to turn so I can get onto the ladder and come down. And I look around and go, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" My hand is resting on a 19-inch rack. I thought somebody had that.
Obviously not.
And so one of the big. Was it? I think it's something ridiculous like 30U or something. I was like, oh. Mind you, I don't have that many rack, outboard effects anymore, so becoming a bit of a archaic thing to have now, isn't it? In a way, unless you're after something specific. You definitely want to use an original Lexicon 244 or an Infernal Machine or something like that. Okay. I can understand, but the effect, the plugin effects now are as good, if not immeasurably better. Certainly cheaper. So, yes, I have lights under the keyboards now. Get a bit of lighting in here for a change. It looks very bright on the camera. It's actually not. The camera really overemphasises how bright they are. They look like I nicked them from Twickenham, don't they? Especially that one over there. It's not actually that bright. What I would like to get in here is probably some LEDs. LED lighting around the back here. I don't know if I'd go the whole way, like what Andy's got. He's got the thing that puts the coloured pattern thingy on the wall. But it wouldn't work because of these lenses anyway. I haven't got a flat wall to put them on. So I think the only bit of flat wall here is the Pro 6 Network poster. That's about it. Oh shit, my light's fallen down. You seen that?
What's that?
I've just walked it. I've just noticed. Where is it?
Oh God, yeah.
When did that happen? What's the point? Why?
Hang on a sec.
I just noticed that. It's perfectly all right until today, obviously. Well, I'll be buggered. Oh well, let's sort that out now.
What, he's in his box?
Makes sense that it should be something I have to do. Where did I get this? What's this? Where did I get the slide rails to build a pull-out shelf under the desk? Oh, it used to be an Azor keyboard desk, and it's gone through various iterations of its original self over the years. So the tray and the thingies were with the original desk. Oh my godfathers, that's all over the shop, isn't it? Actually, looking at it, I can see a reason why I wouldn't have one now. Because that reminds me very much of one of my ocular migraines. It'd probably give me an ocular migraine, look, having it in the room. So, but it looks like they hate this. I'll tell you what, I find a patch that I really like on the PB12 and go, oh, I'm going to see if I can write something with that tomorrow. Then I come in, literally 20 hours later to it and go, it was 7H.
Do you know how to start the Polyroot 12 up with the patch that you last had when you switched it off?
What's the magic button?
You save it. So you press the save button 3 times.
Yeah.
And that, so even if you haven't, if it's just a preset, whatever, just hit save 3 times. It will save the preset, but obviously it'll be exactly the same as it was before.
Yeah.
But it will fire up on that patch.
I see.
It's an odd way of doing it, but that's the way of doing it.
Yeah, I suppose. See, one thing that the Macs seem to do that I don't think the Windows computers did it or not. I can't honestly remember. But one thing it does do is it gives you the option to have different things firing up on different monitors. And then if you save the save the windows that are open type of thing when you go to shut it down, it remembers what monitors what piece of software was displaying on.
Okay. Yeah, and you can do that. You can do that with a Mac.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You can do it with the Mac. I can't remember whether you could do it with Windows or not.
Oh, right.
So, because it's great that I can fire up the Mac and the normal, desktop fires up, but Cubase will fire up on the Slate Raven and doesn't encroach on here. Now I was trying to. This is being pedantic, but what I would really like is to have a third monitor. Right? I mean, I've got lots of monitors. Doesn't have to be a big one or anything, but a third monitor to have Contact fire up on.
Right.
And not interfere with the rest of the workspaces. Because at the moment, Contact has to fire up on here, and it starts taking up an awful lot of room with each instance that you fire up. And it doesn't seem to load them, like each instance is like, slightly out of step with the other one. So you can get to each window. Seems to be a little bit willy-nilly in the corner.
Yeah,
so.
I haven't been a big fan of Contact's interface either. Although it has improved with age.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. But, I mean, it's all right for... If you had that main window, it's great for scrolling through your libraries and, and add your instrument and stuff. But... Yeah, it does get a little bit weird, because I tend to open up a Contacts instance for each track I'm doing, rather than have, where you can have loads of different instruments, but we're in the one Contact window.
Yeah.
But then you have to set out Cubase to read the different ports from the Contact. Yeah. And I do a lot of things where I put an instrument in and go, nah, and take it out later on and put in another one and go, well, then you've got to update everything that you've changed. And of course it defaults to channel 1 anyway, so you've got to change the MIDI channel and all the rest of it. So something a little smoother than that. But I was just thinking, as far as operating Cubase, with buttons, because I'll have the Slate Raven, but I don't want to have to live in front of it, if you know what I mean. Oh, here we go. Spiritus Santi. I got myself, I got one of these. I brought this down, the old fader port.
Oh yeah.
And that's more than enough. That's more than enough to have, locally here, just sitting on the top of the Hydrosynth. So it'll all come along. It'll get there. Hey, you're right. You're in my bad books, remember? At my shoe.
She's just going to come and give herself a tan underneath your keyboards.
It honestly isn't that bright. Seriously, it really, really isn't that bright. Very, very overemphasised with this camera. Was it an Osborne, isn't it? Yeah, it really isn't that bright. Oh. We're all turning up now. Oh, hello.
There's two of
Echo.
you. There's two of
Echo.
you.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
Is it?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus. Should be okay
How
now.
are you?
1, 2. Okay.
1, 2. You got there.
Yeah. It's all right. All sorted.
Steve.
How are you?
I
Good to see
thought
you,
we were
Jeff.
going to get the opportunity to do a bit of reggae then. Yeah, man.
Oh yes.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
In Jamaica town. Oh yeah.
Not anymore.
No, not anymore. Yeah, have you seen it? Jesus Christ.
What?
It's a little bit flatter than it was last week.
Christ, yeah.
Did the hurricane cause issues?
Yeah.
They've declared a disaster zone.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but it's every year. Seriously. In the
Yeah, but this is a
Caribbean.
Cat 5.
Oh,
180 something miles an hour winds. They said the saving grace that prevented even more damage was the fact that the hurricane sped up in its direction of travel, it was only doing about 2 or 3 kilometres an hour, and it sped up to about 15, which meant it didn't dwell as long as it could have done.
Right.
But
Yeah.
looking at the pictures, it's like fuck. But there you go, it's the season.
Yeah.
But there are
It's up
places like Guatemala that's been flooded perpetually for about the last 18 months. So, there are
Yeah,
countries
the
that have
rising
been-
seas, aren't they? It's just stealing the island bit by
it's
bit
just-
every day.
But there's just persistent rain and flooding, and then sort of roofs collapsing and stuff. And it's a poor country to start with, but to have that on top of it is just a disaster, really, humanitarian disaster. And so feel for all those people, because we think of the Caribbean as being a pleasant place to go and sunbake, and it's anything but at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't sunbake anymore, which also saves a lot of other problems.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, Kent, looks like you've actually. Yeah, if you put your pants back on, that glow will go away. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, I know. It's sad, really, when you think about it.
So, touch your toes and light up the half of the studio. That's right.
Oh, my God.
That was my brother's favourite pickup line for young women that he fancied. You walk up to them and say, "Sit on this," and walk towards me, and and they usually did.
If it works, don't knock it.
Yeah, no.
Mine
it's,
was always, I'm a human scale, sit on my face and I'll guess your weight.
I take a seat. That's sorry. Yeah, no, it's.
Somebody love it.
Yeah.
Friday.
Get off me, you fat bitch. Hello, darling. Hello.
Where did I leave my iPhone?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
There you go.
Steak. Oh, my word. What?
Oh, dear.
Wait. It's not the
Jeff, you've been here 5 minutes and the place has gone to Kingdom Come. I don't know.
I have that effect on.
Oh, it's a pub. It's gonna happen.
It's going to just list sideways gradually. So it's going to take
Yeah.
on water and then gradually do.
Yeah, just
Do that,
bows up, ladies.
Do the entire show with snorkels. There's a theme for PSN. You could just everyone with a snorkel.
Might shut Andrew up.
I don't think so.
Oh, mate.
It all depends how hard you put it down his throat.
No, I think that's right. Yes, the neck extension.
I'll tell you what. I'll get my what's the old buttony thing? Christ me in the name of stuff. It's getting worse. You use one with the sound effects on it.
You
know,
know,
the-
Launchpad will do
The
it.
Stream Deck.
Launchpad thing.
Stream
Yeah,
Deck.
Stream Deck. The Stream Deck, right? Get my Stream Deck and go. It's things like, ooh, that's a 5. Ooh, no, I don't think that even comes onto the table.
But I thought of a concept where you could have a web page that had buttons on it. So you've got a touch screen on your PC and you just press the button you want, and then if you click on a little edit icon, you can edit the MIDI message that goes up the line. And so your web page talks to the USB MIDI interface, and that talks to everything else. So you could effectively string together whatever NRPN or SysX or MIDI messages you want. So you could play a couple of samples on a sampler, and you could also send some no doubt information to other synths and play or set up strings to the PB12 or whatever you wanted to do, and sort of record a bucket load of information just on a single key press that you configure, and it stores it on the browser as a cookie, and so it's there until you edit it next time. And I reckon you could write a piece of software like that in about half an hour and get that working, and it'd be and then you could just configure it and be free to use. So I might do that instead of doing my Synthspirations today, which I was going to do a Synthspirations, but.
Well, we might have 2 this Friday.
Oh, that'd
We
be
had
good.
one sent in that we couldn't do last week because we had Brian on, and
Matty boy.
then somebody else said,
Just the one?
Can I send you a Halloween Inspirations? I said, please do. So we might have 2.
Yeah.
We should
You
work
feeling
on
better,
some
dear?
Painkillers are good.
Oh, okay. Well, we knew that anyway, but are you feeling better?
Well, the
He
painkillers
wants
work,
a dingle
put it
to
that way.
Dottingham, does he?
There you go. 1 packet of fentanyl, please. I want to stare at me slippers.
Mate, that shit is the gear. I'll tell you, love that stuff.
That'll change Halloween for you. The kids come to the door and you give them all
Just
a
a
little
bit.
sample. Yeah. Have some codeine, kiddies. That's right. Yes.
Standing there in just a t-shirt and your lad hanging out going, want some drugs?
Ketamine infused Haribo.
We'll treat
kids-
that motherfucker.
Yeah, the kids come to the door and they say trick or treat, and you say, well, it's going to be a trick because I'm a proctologist. Just ruin it for everybody.
Oh, dear me. Oh, that's not how you take your temperature.
Yeah. What's the difference? The taste. Yeah, that's right.
Will you come in my car if I give you a sweetie? I'll come in that. I'll give you a bag full.
I nearly ruined my studio then. Fucking hell, I had a mouthful of coffee. Oh, well, at least I get to drink it again.
Anyway, well, we've
Oh, it's
destroyed.
better the second time round.
Dear,
He's off.
Yes, welcome to the pub, everybody.
It's devolved quickly today. It's really just gone downhill in a hurry, which is fantastic, really.
To be honest
You can
with
only-
you, it starts going downhill as soon as I press start stream.
Yeah, it
Really?
does start from very high anyway.
Yeah. Actually, 5 minutes to go, and already it's gone downhill. Oh, mate.
So true.
Yes.
Yes, I
Wouldn't be the first time today either. Trust me.
can attest.
Oh, mate.
I've got one of those. It doesn't sound as good, though.
He's got a thing. But he can't tell us what it is.
I know.
But
Look,
we know
I
it's a
think-
thing.
I think, I was thinking we need more weird instruments, like bagpipes and didgeridoos and stuff that people don't use anymore.
D50s with blue LEDs, yeah.
What's happening there, Matt? Because I have
I
in
don't
my
know.
garage.
I don't know. Ask Ken. He knows.
Ken, I've offered to actually get some parts to you from a D50,
Yeah.
which I shall go and produce in it, but I can get them, ship them as individual bits so that you can transplant large sections of Matt's D50.
All I'm going to need is that CPU board, because what he's done is he's burnt his the three
CPU
LEDs
out,
have their own outputs on the CPU, and he's burnt out at least two. Well, one of them and another one now.
Well, I think the blue ones draw more power than the regular LEDs, don't they? I think from memory.
Well, they go through a transistor system, so.
one a week.
Yeah, it's weird
One a
that.
week. They go through one a week. Those transistor systems. Yeah.
Well, you got the switch, and you go, oh, well, the switch turns the LED on and off. No, the switch tells the CPU to turn the LED on. So it goes in, works its way all the way up to the CPU board, then the CPU goes, oh, okay, and turns the 5-volt to that pin and sends it back to the LED, right? And then the wire comes back again to let it know that it did come on. And it's just the LEDs that are in it that Matt put in it are very high draw.
Yeah,
They are 5-volt, but they have a high milliamp.
Anchor. Yeah.
And the CPU went, it's getting a bit warm here, isn't it? Phew. And then the transistors have gone, do you know what? Fuck it. Bang. But instead of bang split, they went bang short. And the CPU went,
Right.
oh, we're just not going over there anymore.
All right. Well, I shall go and extract a CPU board from the D50 and ship it your way, Kent, when you see.
All right, darling. Thank you.
And then
You tell me how much you need for that, please, Steve.
just the regular blowjob. There won't be anything more than that.
The
Listen,
regular.
I've got a long neck.
Shouldn't
but
it be a
I'm
special?
Yeah, when he takes his teeth out, no. Anyway,
It's your birthday.
it's like an episode of Auntie Rotter, isn't it? You know, the old Peter Sellers Auntie Rotter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, children. It's your Auntie Rotter.
Oh God, good old days, mate.
Up. Yeah.
Yeah, blue LEDs draw significantly more current,
More
but these
current, yeah, they
particular blue LEDs went, nah, fuck it, that's nothing, mate. Fucking-
Let's turn this into a toaster.
yeah, you go.
Yeah.
We're the sort of LEDs that just keep drawing as much as we can possibly get our hands on.
the Roland Panini oven. Yeah.
Yeah,
It reminds me of the time.
keep your hands warm over it.
You know, when you're providing parts for people, it can always go horribly wrong. We had a gentleman who plays with Jean-Michel Jarre on keyboards who had a PE1000 that needed some new keys, and I had some. So I sent them across to him. So having paid, and he lived in a commune in the west of France, so it's sort of like out in the sticks. So I had to go and get a DHL delivery happening. So that was huge. So I sent all of the keys across and thought, this is fantastic, really wonderful. And he came back to me and said, you wouldn't happen to have the springs that go with them, would you? You know?
Oh, shit.
So I actually ordered them from one of the suppliers in Germany. I figured,
Yeah.
and just had them shipped direct because it wasn't going to cost as much as from Australia. You know, it's that sort of bastard of a thing that happens when you live over here. That everything costs more to ship than it does. You know, it's like Tim Tams cost $37 for about 37 Tim Tams, and then it cost about $180 to actually stick them on an airliner to send them over. You know,
Jesus.
it's just stupid, you know, like the money you can spend on transport. I don't do it very often.
Well, it was like that
cheap,
Mustang door. It was, you know, it was, I think it come to 600 quid. But to the door, it was nigh on £2,000 altogether.
Yeah. You want the winder. You want the winder for the door. It costs
No, this is just this is
quid.
just the empty, just the empty shell,
panel.
just the empty shell.
Yeah.
And then there was because it was like I think it was about 900 and something, about £1,000 was the shipping, and then there was the import duty this end on it. But the bastards charged me for not the value of the door, but the value of the door with the shipping on it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
it's a little trick that they do now. And
But that shipping services originates offshore, so surely that's something that's external to the tax network.
yeah, well, we did query it, and they went, no, that's right. Oh, so pay it, or we're not putting it on the truck.
Oh, that's
Okay.
robbery. That's robbery.
So
You got no option though, have you? They've got you over a barrel.
yeah, pretty much. So the thing was so fucking heavy anyway. It's ridiculous. But then again, everything on the Mustang is heavy for no apparent reason.
Well, I was looking at just shipping a keyboard and a road case to Ramsey,
Yeah.
and it was going to cost about $600 just to ship across Australia. You know, it's just an obscene amount. Of course, Australia, from my place to Ramsey's, is as wide as continental Europe, so it's a bit like
understandably, it's a few miles.
Budapest to London, yeah, it's a few k's. So, but it's just even in the same country, the costs are prohibitive. You know, because of course there's air freight or rail freight involved, and it takes forever. So, and the Australian baggage handlers aren't very kind to keyboards. I've even had stuff that's been beautifully packed that's been completely trashed, and it's always trashed on shore here. So
Yeah.
I'm going to send Matt both halves of his CPU board, and good luck, you know.
That's why I was really surprised about this car radio when it arrived today. That, it was in its packing, and it was absolutely fine. And, but I mean, a car radio with, what was it, MP3 player. It's got a smart disc player and all that malarkey. And it's got voice activation on it as well, right? And it was 12 quid.
Yeah.
From, it was either Temu or Etsy, one of them, right?
Yeah.
And Fiona's going, yeah, I'll have 3 legs when that fucking thing turns up. I said, you never know. And besides, it's only 12 quid. And it bleeding turned up. We plugged it in, it worked.
I'd have 3 legs. I love that one.
Yeah.
For the win. Yeah. Well,
She wishes.
you can also, you can have issues with them. They are.
Oh, yeah.
Once you have the problem where something goes wrong, like they don't deliver the full quantity or they charge you the wrong amount, you can't reclaim on it. You're kind of over a barrel. But anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, but I've had this with Amazon as well, though, to be honest. But there again, Amazon are just the middleman between manufacturers and wherever they are. So, So
Speaking of Amazon, I ordered a bunch of stuff, and then 2 sets of cables were in that. So they're shipping the cables separately. They're
Right.
from the same. I mean, I've ordered from the same
yeah.
thing, 2 different lengths, but they're coming in different shipments in different days.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I
It
don't
could
know.
have been
What?
could have been a quantities thing, or it could have been a supply line thing, or it could have just been an oversight. And they've realised, they turn around on Monday morning and see something on the desk from Friday afternoon. You think, oh shit, I should have sent that. No, they send it off.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm happy to wait until they gather everything in one box and just
Yeah.
send it, because it's a waste of. I mean, it's more pollution basically. Anyway,
well.
it's my thing.
Yeah, I know. But, hey. I don't know, though. Seems weird. It's like the hard drives I'm getting that are supposed to arrive tomorrow. We'll see. I think the first time I ordered them, and when they never showed up, was that they were coming from India. Okay, why have we got hard drives coming from India? Seems
They're
weird.
probably reconditioned, but yeah, you don't know, do you?
Well, no, they were. It was promised they were brand new, but this is through Amazon as well, and it went all quiet, and so I thought, well, if you can't send them, because it went from delayed to order cancelled, and when I contacted them, the reply I got was, because I said, oh, these drives haven't turned up, and I said, oh, well, you cancelled the order. And I go, no, I didn't cancel the order. You cancelled the order. And they go, no, we'll look into it. And they come back and say, oh, yeah, we did cancel the order. Is there any particular reason? I mean, yeah, there's a different model available now, and those ones aren't being made anymore. I said, well, then send me them. They go, yeah, well, you see, they cost a little bit more. And it's like, oh, fucking hell. I said, oh, we won't have any for, a few weeks yet. I went, yeah, all right, don't worry, just give me money back. So they gave me the money back, and so in the end, Fiona said she goes, oh, I'll buy them for you. So she bought them, and they're coming from somewhere else altogether. And so like, oh, yeah, whatever. So they're Iron Wolf.
Yep.
Supposed to be a relatively known make, or name of a name. Yeah, it's a named drive, but they're called Iron Wolf, and they're NAS Pacific drives and all this sort of malarkey. So
Seagates.
yeah, that's the puppies. Yeah, so that's 16 terabyte drives, which will
Yeah.
finally sort out my space issue. Because the next time I have to have, oh, we can't update this software because you don't have enough hard drive space message come up on the computer. I'm going to fucking punch it all the time now. So, oh, you can't do that. You ain't got enough hard drive space.
I'm kind of glad I didn't go down that path with software. I used to work in software, and my hard drives look like someone's been sick on them.
Yeah.
They're just so forced off. And then, but yeah, so the reason I do music without any CPUs is just that reason, that it forces me to physically connect stuff and do things old school. If you have
Yeah.
a problem, then it's a real problem in one machine, in one spot. It's not this nebulous interoperability problem that you don't know what's causing the fact that, package A and package B just don't peacefully coexist.
Yeah.
And when you go to upgrade either, you need 3 times disk space. One for the copy of the image, one for the new install, and one for the backup of the old install. It's like, it's just too much
I know.
faffing around for me. Anyway, that's my take on it. I know it's Luddite stuff. I do have some large. I think I had a copy of a drum program that was all samples and was absolutely vast. And it's a good drummer program, and the samples are great and all that stuff, but it just about filled my hard drive by itself on the laptop, and you think, well,
Yeah.
why am I doing this? Why am I subjecting myself to all this sort of storage grief? Because I only probably need a snare hit and a kick hit and a hi-hat hit and a cymbal, and that'll get me 90% of the way to what I want to do anyway, and I just need the ones
Yeah.
I want. I mean, you can't exclude the ones you don't want, and there's always other issues. So,
Yeah.
I don't need a 1957 Ludwig kit with pigskin heads on it. It doesn't do anything for me, but I just need a basic set of traps. But it's a you get the big ones for the quality of the sound, but you wind up inheriting a lot of storage issues. Anyway,
Yeah.
gee, I'm a Luddite, aren't I? I'm an old Luddite and just a cranky old bastard.
Mind you, I couldn't help noticing when I was up in the attic earlier, there's 2 kazoos up there. I went, okay. Might have to
There was
remember
only
that.
one to begin with.
Yeah. Okay. They're breeding.
That's right. You'll come back in 6 months, there'll be 15 Vivisalas up there, and you won't know where they've come from.
Hopefully a decent oboe as well would be quite nice.
Yes.
Not that I can play the oboe, but I don't know.
Well, that was the thing. Sydney Symphony had this oboe player, and my dad said to me when I was a kid, he said, "You notice oboe players, you don't see anyone over 40. And I said, "Why is that?" He said, "Well, the pressure on the vessels in their head basically means they stroke out after about 45. So I can see why Ivor Davies went to the Fairlight and didn't bother with his oboe playing anymore.
Yeah.
With the
Seriously
Sydney
damage
Symphony.
your health, them things.
Oh, yeah, well, it's just all the pressure in the temples and that, because, you're pressing down on a double reed and you're trying to generate the pressure inside your head.
Yeah.
And of course, all of that's just blood pressure going through the roof. So, but that always gets me, like the orchestra tunes to the oboe A, which may not be 440, and of course the piano's been tuned to 440, so instantly, who's the boss? There's a disparity across the orchestra as to what the tuning's going to
Yeah.
be. And the other thing that I don't understand is why now that you can get little LED tuners that tell you whether you're in pitch or not, why aren't they clamped to the headstock of the violin? So everyone, instead of tuning up and pretending to do it by ear, and why isn't it just done so they've got a line of sight to the LED on the violin headstock, and they can just eyeball it rather than guess. They're not using the technology appropriately. Because we're classical players and
Yeah.
because we intone.
Well, a lot of it is the snobbery. There's a lot of snobbery in orchestras
Yeah.
as well,
And the other thing that gets me is, I used to go to concerts where I get the brass players would tune up and they'd spend 15 minutes trying to find the pitch and note, and they'd pull the shank in and out on the trumpet or the trombone and try and get it all in tune. And they'll work with a band where the players didn't do that. And I said, "You guys don't seem to have tuning problems." He said, "No, we all do it from here. It's all done from here. You don't have to worry about that. It's all just done between here and here. All of the tuning is done with the embouchure." And they used to, you'd be able to tilt the horn by a degree or two and just pull it into tune without having to worry about whether it was warmed up or wet or anything like that. They just had the knack to be able to hit it. They could hear the pitch and they could hear where they had to be, and they would just make it happen.
Yeah, it was the same kind of thing with monosynths. They love to sit anywhere but where they're supposed to.
Yeah.
You'll laugh. I have, after the recent project, I have 6 Korg pitch tuners in a 6U rack, a 19-inch rack, that I could actually eyeball who was out and when, so that I knew who drifted and who hadn't.
Yeah.
In those monosynths. Yeah, you're right. It's just a perpetual concern.
Yeah, I mean, they got it right in the end when they went to, I think it was 3046 transistor array ICs. a lot of the pitch problems went away. Yeah.
Well, of course, Alan Perlman had a patent on a pitch regulation system that they used in the 2600 and the Odyssey, so they were less prone to drift. Now, still some of them did, but less prone to drift than the Moogs were. But the other thing was that you can get an intermediary like the Studio Electronics SE1 has basically the same kind of circuitry as the Mini Moog, but it has 4-stage filters, but the pitch stability is bang on. You can just dial it in digitally. So they've obviously got a crystal that informs the pitch of the oscillators to reach 440 without too much hassle. So it's interesting to see how various people have sort of fixed the problem.
Because the original CS80 VCOs had a diode strapped across the top of the chip as a heat compensation.
It makes sense.
And they were still awful. And then Yamaha released a service note to a lot of the techs, Dusty being one of them. And he said they released this service note saying, we've found a better way of keeping them in tune. Take the diode off. So I just took all the diodes off and go, oh, fuck me, it's much better.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
But apparently that they changed the die of the IC but continued using the diodes, not realising that the changes they have made actually got rid of the problem that they were trying to get rid of. But the diodes were making it appear that the problem was still there.
Interesting.
So he said he was pulling diodes off CS80s like all day long. It was just, they were coming in truckloads. Madness.
Yeah, people ask me why I used a Poly 61 with the big band. And the reason for that was it wasn't an analog synth because I just needed the tuning to be spot on all the time.
Yeah.
Because there had to be no margin for error. When you've got 12 players, you don't want to be the one that's sticking out like dog's balls with tuning. You want to be the one who's just spot in there. And so as bad as that synth was for many reasons, it was adequate to do what I had to do on that gig. And that was all you really needed.
Yeah. But that was always quite surprising about the Poly 6 because it was analog VCOs. And VCS.
The 61 I had.
The 61 went digital, yeah.
That's
but
right, and that was, yeah.
Very rarely did you come across an original Poly 6 that was out of tune.
No, that's true. Their stability was quite good.
Yeah,
and
it was pretty essential.
And even the stability on the earlier, the PE series for Korg, their tuning just tended to hold. And I don't know what it was about that circuit, but they obviously had thought about it and designed the stability into it because I suppose they had 60 individual oscillators across the width of the PE 1000 and each of them has a little tuning calibration pot underneath the front panel. You can unscrew the front panel and get to them with a small screwdriver. And
because I think it was literally a case. Well, we'll find out on Friday. We can ask that because the SSMs were. It's all gone bankrupt and they're not making them anymore. Yeah. They didn't have the VCAs and filters or the Poly 6 anymore. They thought, we better come up with something else. And so they tried this new digital lark and see what it's like. And literally, I think that's probably the only reason the Poly 61 actually came into existence was through the necessity to move on from that format. So they go, this digital shit, it's great. We can have touch buttons and all that sort of bollocks instead.
Although you think about around that time, Roland were doing the Alpha Juno, if my memory serves.
Yeah,
so and the JX8P, so they'd sort of moved down to that digital, semi-digital format, and the D50 was out, and all of those, and the Korg M1, and all of those had obviously employed digital ideas. So that everything thereafter kind of inherited, and the DW8000 inherited that, the 6000, and the circa 1984-85 synths, they all sort of moved into that digital tuning space.
I got cassette loads of tracks that I did using the Poly 6 and the Monopoly together. Yeah, and an MC202 sequencing the Monopoly. With CR78 and something else.
Yeah, they're
which
fun
eludes
times.
me.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing was that all of those keyboards had to sit well in a mix together. Like if you're combining things on a track, they suddenly had an integration which was more than the sum of its parts. You know, it
Yeah,
sort of you had this sort of magic effect that happened. It was almost like someone had shone a spotlight on your mix just simply because of the combination of drum machine and
yeah,
pad and lead or arpeggiated synth. You know, they're all kind of
yeah.
fun and they
Because
fit it together.
I remember when I got the MC202 CV gate in the Monopoly the first time I'd done it, and I'd never sequenced a synth before, and it was like magic.
Yeah.
Pushing this play button and it playing this, what I programmed in, and it's playing it on the Monopoly in time, and it was like wow, I'm Tangerine Dream now, yeah, like really, it was an awesome moment. It really was.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun playing with sequences. The original art sequence was fun to play with, and you could
Yeah,
sort of play your polysynth over the other sequence, driving an Odyssey or something, and you'd have kind of an instant effect to your own production. And I mean, it all leans down the path of using 10 fingers on a synth to get whatever sound you can, and then automating more and more and more of the experience until
yeah,
you basically go and buy a Genos 2 or something. But it's sort of that transition and now people use reverb in the same context. They'll hold down a chord and let the reverb do the work of filling
yeah,
out your track with glorious sound.
yeah,
But now you look at those synths that have the inbuilt reverb, and when you hear a demo on YouTube, you want to hear it without the reverb because 90% of what you're hearing is reverb, and you're saying, well, I'd like to hear what the real deal sounds like without that, just in case it's
yeah,
also, because I think there are a lot of synths out there that respond well to reverb, but without the reverb, they tend to be very lacking,
yeah,
or mundane. You almost need a mundane sound plus reverb. You can't use an elaborate sound plus reverb because it just clags up the mix too much.
yeah. But I think it's only when I started preparing and then getting first-hand experience of these, like the EMU modular, the 2500, the System 55 and the 3C and stuff like that. My initial responses to them when I was trying them out was, oh, I thought it would sound better than this. Not realising at the time just how much work went into processing the sound from the modulars before what you heard on the record.
Yeah.
But then after a while you start to almost go back on yourself and you listen to what the raw sound is actually like without all the processing, and you begin to get an idea of how powerful and rich the old modulars were.
Oh, they were huge. And I was listening to the Beatles documentary there was Paul McCartney, 321, and Rick Rubin was doing the interview, and they're going back through the 4 tracks and just listening to the various tracks, and they had the Moog on the early Beatles tracks, and it was fascinating to listen to because it was a different sound. It's not like the mini Moogs today. They were the Model 3 modular was just a different sounding beast altogether.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Oh yeah,
And the other thing, as artists, you develop this set of, this is what my synth sounds like naked, and this is what it sounds like dressed up in a mix. And the intermediate step, what are the steps along the way to get that fantastic sound? Oh, you go through a DI box. Oh, it's got Carnhill transformers in it. Oh, it goes into a Neve preamp.
yeah,
Okay, it comes out of Neve preamp, it goes into a compressor, okay, and the compressor is doing some work. Oh, then it goes into a summing mixer or a mixer that has valves or something. So you go through all these stages, and the sound is just tarted up incrementally throughout the process. Then it goes into a EMT plate reverb. Oh, okay, and then it's recorded in the context of everything else. So those sounds become precious because they are just 1 or 2% at every stage of the recording process until it goes onto a tape machine, which sounds magic for its own reasons.
yeah.
So all of that is part of that journey. When we sit there at home, if you plug Bare Naked into a copy of Audacity and hit the record button and just do stuff there, you're not going to get the same
Yeah.
effect as you do if you actually run it through a bunch of stuff.
They must have had a hell of a job though when they were, trying to mix tracks using things like the Moog 3C, for instance. Because I mean, I remember the 3C that I had here. I can't remember who owned that one. Obviously, somebody of influence because they're worth a fortune. There isn't that many 3Cs about anyway. And Richard came over because he wanted to test it, and because he was going to take it back and then put it up for sale on the site. And I said to him, "Yeah, check this out." He went, "Okay, what?" I said, "So I had these big speakers in the workshop, not huge speakers, sort of like little floor standing things like I've got at the moment, and turned the filter wide open. Had 3 oscillators playing a square. Turned up the resonance, pushed a note. I said, right. Oh no. I go, is that loud? And he went, no, not particularly. I said, no, it's turned down quite a lot on the amp. But watch. And I brought the filter sweep down slowly. And it started to get incredibly loud, much, much louder. But when it went to the last few percent where it goes to literally close it off and it goes to silence, as you come down, the whole workshop started to vibrate, and tools were falling off the tool board like that, and you could feel this power coming out of the speakers. And then just open it up about 60%, and I go, "It's not loud, is it?" And he went, "No." I said, "I know, it's fucking mad, isn't it?"
It's the
I said, "But it's worse."
Yeah.
They said, "Now turn the resonance." So turn the resonance down, do it again, and as it comes down to the last few percent, he said, "You can feel it in the floor." It's just this like this going on. He goes, "My God, the power in these things." I went, yeah, I know. Madness.
Gentlemen, I'm starting to fade, so I'm going to bugger off.
All right, dear.
All right. Enjoy your buzz.
I shall ship the offending board to Kent, and it'll all happen in due course.
Bless you, mate. I do appreciate it.
It's all good, but just don't plug any blue. I might send some blue EDs separately in 6 months, okay?
I'm not fucking doing that again.
You want me to go back to red ones?
Fuck it, yeah. Leave it. Just do it.
I'll put the original LEDs back in it.
I'll send some LEDs too.
That's what you get when you want to be fancy.
or when you're just a twat. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Fancy twat. There we go.
Yeah, all right. I'll take that. I'll see you all later.
All right, see you later. Take care,
All
mate.
right, man. Take care.
Yeah, reminds me. Funny enough, it reminds me now of that friend of my friend, my old friend who committed suicide. He had a Buick, and he always wanted to put a Hemi supercharger on it with a bug catcher. Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
And he goes, "Yeah, I got to have that. So he got it, fitted it, got it all tuned up and everything, and he was like, "Yeah, sweet as a nut." And within 2 days, he is bitching his arse off about it. He says, "You can't see anybody coming out of a side road."
Well,
Like just sing in front of you like that.
Yeah. He said, you can't see a fucking. He said, "Crossroads, oh my, it's roundabouts, oh my lord." He says, "You just can't see. You can't see past the bloody lump." It's like, you just suddenly see, oh, there's a truck there, shit. You go, "I'm taking the bloody thing off." He's
well, yeah.
So,
Sure, I've thought
yeah.
about it.
It's the law of unintended consequences, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that kind of lump is designed for cars that just drive in a straight line. Urban roads, forget it. Because literally, I mean, the intake bug catcher thing was literally just slightly taller than the roof of the car. It was a huge bloody lump they put in it.
It's I was just thinking of all the times you have an experience where you make one minor change thinking it's all going to be okay, and then you unintentionally just destroy everything you built up to
Yeah.
to get happening. It can happen on any project. There can be that inspirational moment where you try something that should, in theory, work, and in practice, it just undoes all the good progress to date.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you
Or
just
it
have
has
to
an
look-
unforeseen consequence down the road.
Yeah.
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 But it's like programming a sound. You'll make one little tweak. Oh no, it's gonna sound exactly like what I want, and then no.
Yeah. Yeah, and it
can't-
depends on which
can't
register
get it
you're
back.
playing it in as well.
Yeah,
And you go, oh, God, it sounds horrible up here now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think too, there's a difference between the first-person experience and the listener experience, and
Yeah.
so if your first and third person matter. Like I hear me playing the Selena or the Behringer Selena, and it doesn't sound right to me. And yet when I hear Ramsey play it, it's his choice of register, chord, and the registration on the machine, and it just sounds fantastic. I think
Yeah.
that's the sound I want, and I should be able to do it myself. But when I sit down in front of it and play it, obviously my approach is completely misguided, or my machine isn't right, or something. You've always got that first person, third person gap.
Yeah.
That what you experience sitting behind a keyboard and playing it is not what the audience is experiencing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, sometimes it begs the question of when you hear a sound, is the person sitting next to you hearing the sound the same way you're hearing it?
And the answer is always no.
Yeah. This is it.
And I hear, but it happens with people you hear playing. Like you hear David Gilmour pick up a Strat and play it, and just within a few notes, his fingering, his intonation, his pressure, his left and right hand coordination, all gives it that sound. And yet, I pick up a Strat and it's not going to sound anything like it, even if
Yeah.
I mimic it perfectly. My experience of playing it is not going to be what the audience hears anyway, because it's coming from the 180 degrees around. And there are lots
Yeah.
of experiences I've had like that where you see people who just manage to put sounds together perfectly. And when you do it yourself, it doesn't seem to have come anywhere close.
Yeah.
It's always horribly deficient.
It's always, because they always used to have this sort of like little wry smile, behind closed doors, as it were, where, case in point, I've got a Polymode keyboard here at the moment. And I remember so many people buying the Polymode keyboard, especially in probably the late 2000, about 2010 onwards for a few years. People were buying these things up because of the Vox Humana from Cars.
Yep.
And if you turn on a Polymode keyboard and press Vox Humana, which is preset 1, and play what was on Cars, and it's like,
It's not it.
no. Because what was the EQ setting on that channel when they were recording it? Was there any effects going through? Was there any exciters? Was there any compression? Or what was going on? Because what you hear on that record is not what comes out of that keyboard raw. Not even vaguely close.
Right.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I had a Polymode for quite a while, and it was a borrow, and Cars came out, and then it became known that, especially when the video came out, and they were all playing Polymode keyboards. They had one each, didn't they, in the video. And somebody said, "Oh yeah, it's the Vox Humana preset." I'm going, it can't be. Vox Humana doesn't sound like that. So even then, I was going, no. What you hear and what actually is.
Yeah.
Although,
I had
respect, I must admit, respect to Steve Porcaro, though, because the Africa sound on the GS1 that he used, absolutely raw, as it were, out of the keyboard.
Right.
Really, done zero to it. Whether it helped because it was the same GS1, I don't think that's actually, data is data, isn't it?
Well, yeah, although if you open up Poly 61s, there were about 2 or 3 different iterations of that keyboard. They didn't tell anyone, but some were capable through the VCA of generating an overdriven organ sound, much as you get on a screaming Hammond, and others couldn't do that sound.
Yeah.
And the same device, and the strings sounded a bit different, and it was just this filter inflection that either varied between machines of same build, or it happened to be a totally different chipset in earlier as opposed to later devices. And I think, you're right, that you see that on the inside of different things that have different iterations, and you think, oh shit, they changed that round. It's a bit like people looking at their Neumann mics, and they take the Neumann mic apart and look at the circuit board, and someone says, is this a copy? And someone says, no, that's a prototype. What's the serial number? Oh, it's under 200. Yeah, definitely a prototype. Other people saying, oh, that was release 2, that was release 3.
Yeah.
That was they changed the XYZ on that one.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. And so that some of these devices evolve.
Yeah.
Speaking of microphones, I noticed that Peter Friedman, the guy who founded Rode Microphones, is selling his mansion in Sydney for $30 million. That's a lot of Australian bucks, but obviously there's a lot of money in Chinese knockoff mics and then assembled in Australia and sent around the world. They're good microphones, but but obviously he made a lot of money out of the company, or else he owed a lot to the bank and is selling for that reason. I don't know what the answer is.
It's one or
You
the
can
other,
never
isn't it?
tell.
Yeah.
You can never tell. Or else he's decided that the tax incentives aren't enough to hold on to the property.
Well, it looks like, like what Tanya's saying there. You managed to get something that sounded a bit like the Cars sound with a Behringer 2600 and a Selena.
Yep.
And and this is the thing, like, people are paying all this extra money to buy these polymode keyboards, which, as we all know, are the most unreliable synthesizer ever
They're
conceived by man, ever.
Fragile, yeah.
Yeah. You flex them, all the Polycom cards pop out and all this sort of thing. But essentially, the sound is 3 main elements. And if you have 2 of these elements, you're going to get pretty bloody close. One was, you need a square wave. Okay, shouldn't be a problem for practically every other synthesizer on the planet. 2, you need a 24 dB 4-pole filter. Right? Quite readily available. Now, the third thing is that ensemble sound.
Right.
Now, you can get different kinds of ensembles, and you can get damn close. And with those 3 elements and a bit of pissing around, you can get the Vox Humana sound, no problem.
Right.
But no, people had to go out and they were spending 4K on these poor old bloody 40-year-old polymode keyboards. Because it was no good having the polymode synthesizer. It didn't have the Vox Humana preset. Although it could do it, but you had to set it up yourself.
Well, that's the point, and that's when you learn your sound design, isn't it? That you've got a synthesizer X, and then synthesizer X, you want to make sound Y, and sound Y isn't on that synth that you know, but you start working to get close to it.
Yeah.
And then the other thing about that Vox Humana sound, there was a bucket load of reverb on that in the mix, if I recall, that there was a lot of tail on that sound, whether it was the release time or whether it was real reverb. It certainly had that essence to it.
Yeah.
And so you could probably get a filter or an EQ and then a standard sound and tweak it enough to give that effect and a bit of vibrato. The other thing is pedals. You can get a vibrato pedal. You can get a chorus pedal, and there are lots of good ones. You can get a reasonable delay, and then those 3 elements by themselves give you a magnitude of sound combinations on any basic vanilla synth. So you can push the performance into that territory just by a few well-placed pedals. I was going back through my pedal collection because I got to shed a few. They're not worth anything here now. You can pick up a pedal for about $30, but I've got about 200 pedals that I've used on various things in various contexts. And chorus, or even phases. I found 7 phases yesterday. So, I had a PH3 Roland Boss phaser, and I've got a Quasar, sub-Quasar. Those pedals are really interesting and different sounds again. And there's a Helix, which is a stereo programmable TC Electronics one. So there are a whole bunch of different phases that give you different sounds, but they're all useful in that general swishy, swirly way.
Yeah.
I've got a small stone and I've got a electric mistress flanger, and you can get lots of movement to the sound. So once you've got a sound that has movement in it or chorusing in it, the chorusing, I've got a RE20 Roland box that has the old chorus one, and I've got the Dimension C, which has the Dimension D and a little purple pedal, and I've got a Strymon or two, and you've got other chorus pedals that give you that, or you can use a digital delay with a 50 millisecond delay and a bit of modulation, and that gives you a chorus sound. So there are lots of ways to attain that, but once you've got it, you pushed your sound 90% towards where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Even on a shitty string sound, get a shitty string sound, put it through the external input on a RS09, and suddenly you've got that ensemble sound, and it just changes up a bad synth into a glorious one.
Well, funny you should mention that, because the RS09 was one of those ensemble that had a particular character that was just delicious.
They had a BA664 chip in it, I think.
Something like, and yet there was something about it. I think maybe it's because of that stereo out, but because all my keyboards before that had all been monos, and to the point where, mad as we were, me and Richard, we had he had a Technics organ, I had a Yamaha, a Transcendent 2000, a Galanti Insta Strings, and a few other bits and pieces, and he had his organ, and he had a Wasp, and he had this RS09. And once we discovered that there was this audio in on the back, I put all my stuff through my little line mixer down to one cable and in the back of his RS09. So all my stuff was coming through the ensemble. And he goes, "Oh, that sounds great. I've got to do that." So he got all his stuff into a little mixer and back into the RS09 as well. So we were all just going through the RS09 to get this chorus sound. And then eventually I think I bought myself it was a Roland CE1.
Yep, and the C1 got pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, and it was nice. It was that nice chorus sound, and I actually used to use it as a feature. So I play something, blah blah blah, and then I want to go to my sort of like dramatic chorus part or something like that. Is turn the CE on, and of course it went wide and all dreamy and stuff like that. So I actually used it as a feature sort of thing, and yeah, it was good old days. I miss the early 80s a lot.
Yeah, but we were. But you kind of get a vibe off those pedals, and then suddenly a synth which wasn't holding your attention much anymore suddenly becomes new again. So it adds the increased novelty of doubling the amount of sounds you can possibly attain just with one pedal. And then you use a second pedal, and suddenly you're in a totally different realm of noise, which is fantastic. I mean, modular gives the same sort of satisfaction to people who use combinations of modules. It's the same sort of combine and discover sort of mentality. But if I went through, I should go and get my pedal box and go through them quickly and just pull them out one at a time and say what they're good for, because they really do add. The other thing I did use, which was on the Mini Moog, when you take the extra output and you run it back in through the external input, you get that overdrive effect. You can actually run pedals in that phase of things, so you can actually run things back into the external input on the Mini Moog, and then get some more textures and more upper harmonics and a bit more activity in the sound. So it becomes a little bit more like I'll go and get some pedals, and I'll be back in about 1 second, and we can. I'll talk about the ones I used. I'll throw them up on the screen for a minute.
All right, mate.
Just for a sec.
Go on, Jeff. What about you? Got any
pedals? No.
Yeah, any particular bits of gear that stick in your mind that you were in love with?
That I owned? DV800. I still miss that synth.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because I that's my first one. And I mean, you can so learn the path of the sound.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you have to see the sound in your head when you program it. So yeah, I missed that one. What else? What else did I have? That it's pretty much the one that I wish I had. K2000, but I'm gonna buy a K2061 anyway. So
Yeah. Yeah, no, I still have my K2000 and have fond memories of using her as well.
yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
it really sounds like when they say Kurzweil, it's the sound. It's the sound. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Admittedly, the rack, because that I can pick up and walk around with.
Yeah,
I've got two K2000 racks. One of them sort of died, and I've got to get it fixed.
Yeah.
And I've got two K2000 keyboards, and they're always glorious because once you get the sound, you can't really. I can't get them serviced here, so I buy the old ones for $500, which is about £200, and the sounds are just like
Yeah.
unlike anything else, and just give you an immediate satisfaction.
yeah.
Boss Chorus Ensemble, the blue double one, it has
Oh,
different
yeah.
modes on it, and it's got the CE1 on it, which you were referring to earlier.
Oh, nice.
It's got the Dimension D and a bunch of other an exciting bunch of other stuff. But like these pedals are cheap, and you can well, you whack it on a bad string machine. Strymon Lex, Strymon are expensive, but if you want a Leslie in a box with overdrive, this is it. This is just this gives you that on any organ. You get it cheap. You know the Roland VK8M's a bit cheap sounding, or it doesn't sound like a real
Yes.
Hammond. This tends to push it more into the Hammond
Oh, okay.
territory. Really good like that. I could go through like TC Electronics Hall of Fame, good basic reverb, just like stick a bit of ambience on a sound. You put the sound in a space, and that really helps you mix. Like you say, well, it's not really sitting in
Yeah.
an interesting spot. You just put even a tiny smidge of reverb really helps. There's an Australian boutique maker. Now this is the design that was ripped off by Behringer. It's a 69 vibe, it's called, and
Right.
it's like the old Univibe pedal, but it's been recreated by a young chap in Australia who's a guitar tech and guitar
Yeah.
effects pedal builder, and that's a really nice custom pedal. But any vibrato is good. You've got the smaller footprint, small stone, which is for the Selena to give you the swirly whirlies on the Selena. Really good stuff. Tape echoes are always bloody brilliant.
Well, I've heard.
Strymon tape echoes, just wonderful stuff. And there are many sort of space echoes on the market. There's a TC Electronics one, which is good
Yeah.
fun. There's a bucket load of stuff. Best chorus ever, Strymon Ola. That'll give you the RSO9 chorus stage, ensemble stage, or very close to it. I got on PSN. They advertised an Aria synthesizer, which was a string synth.
Yeah.
And I bought it. It came out. It was a kit pre-assembled, and it was assembled so badly it was almost falling apart. And you just got the circuit board. You didn't get a case or anything. It was just like here's a bunch of pots on a bit of Variboard. Have this as a string sound, and it kind of did a Selena string sound, but it wasn't close. But I took the raw output from that and put it through a Strymon Ola, and then a Helix, and then a Space Echo type. And it was just amazing, it just
Oh, wow.
sound was almost like an Harp Omni. Used the Dimension C, another brilliant piece of kit for your Dimension D substitute. Phases, well, that's the basic one, which is basically a small stone in drag. It has a few other modes on it, which is good. The Boss PH3,
Yeah.
but all of these, there's an Ursa Major space station, which is like this is like the small pedal version of the chorusy, echoey, spacey effect. And the reason I love all these pedals is because my original synths didn't have those sounds on them. So the appeal of the pedals is to have these additional sort of to tart up the sound, add a bit of sonic source to the equation. And then if you're on the overdrive,
Sorry,
How are you?
can I? Yeah, how are you, mate? Can I ask you something? Do you use
Sure.
those pedals directly out from the synths, or do you use them on your sends
I
on the
use,
desk?
I use them directly out. So I'll put these on whatever I use, and then record through a preamp or a DI box. So they're all just for purpose. I mean, if I normally have a specific target that I'm trying to get. So if I don't have an ARP Omni, I'll get a string machine and a Dimension C and a Strymon Holler and then probably a Space Echo, and that'll push me into that sound territory when I don't have that particular synth, but I want something that's like a shiny string sound. That's what I'll go for. I mean, I've got lots of
Do
options.
you do you use like the guitarists use? I mean, now all the companies make these multi-supplies where you can just get like a brick and you can power all the pedals. Like you've got 9 outs from the supply. They're about 200-300 quid.
The answer is no. I always use discrete power supplies on absolutely everything, even USB. So, and the reason for that is because each component has a different load. DC, it has different milliamp requirements, it has different voltage requirements, and it produces different noise if it's not a right range of milliampage, as Kent found out with the D50 that was torched. So every boutique has its own supply. Anything that uses a 5 volt or a different
No,
supply.
I meant for the pedals. Do you have your pedals?
Everyone has a single wall wart. Everyone.
Oh,
never
right.
use-
So you've done it that way. Because the older pedals, the newer ones less so, but the older pedals are inherently quite noisy because I've got loads of them. And when you take the signal through them, you've got to be a bit careful sometimes. It's not even about the fact. I mean, I remember in the early days, I used to try. When I mean the early days, I mean over 20 years ago, I used to try running them off batteries. So
Yeah.
that would reduce the noise. But if you use cheap supplies, because you can get generic supplies from everywhere, especially the Boss pedals. But if you use something like Strymon make one, there's various companies that make one, and they're a bit of a sort of you buy it once and just leave it parked somewhere, because the only thing they do is make sure you get a clean output from like 9 jacks or 6 jacks. Some of them can support at once 12 pedals, but each to their own. If you're recording things one at a time, I suppose it's redundant then.
Well, I don't reach for pedals as a rule. I try to get the sound I want. But if you run a Mini Moog into a standard desk, it's going to be noisy. If you run it into a DI box and they're unbalanced, you've isolated that. And there's a Radial have a product called an Ice Cube, which is basically a one-to-one transformer, so you get complete electrical isolation on a signal path, and it's all balanced. Half of the expense of my studio is that everything is balanced. So you've got the first thing a synth goes into is a $400 Radial DI. That's the first stage, and then from there it goes to a $4,000 UA valve preamp and compressor, and then it goes into a Spec X summing mixer, which is another $4,000. So for me, it's a very expensive passion, and there are times when I'll just go direct in, and then take the punt. But if I get a problem, I then revert to what I know works. And we all revert to what we know works. You might have no problem with a generic power supply, but I won't normally plug in more than 2 or 3 pedals to achieve a specific effect. And there'll always be a target sound in mind. So if I'm doing Vox Humana and I know nothing about the Vox Humana sound other than it's a sort of a shiny, glowy, ghost-like sound, I'll then go and get a reverb, and I'll try every reverb in the book. And I've got rack mount lexicon reverbs and stuff that I will use for that. I'll use the little 244 emulation, the CX. It's called the CXM 1978, the little white pedal with the sliders on it, and it will give me a really nice reverb without being intrusive and invasive in the mix. And not sounds and all reverbs and pedals work. It's a question of trying combinations. But I'm quite into guitar pedals too. I love the guitar through stuff, amp simulations, and even sort of. It depends what you're trying to do. If you want a sound that comes off a record and you're trying to cover a specific sound, you need a lot of different colours in the palette to sort of match up with what you're looking at.
I can tell you from having to had to write loads and loads of stuff for licensing houses and libraries, you didn't have time to think about, signal noise levels. I mean, Kent knows that most analog synths can kick out a lot of hiss, especially older ones that
Oh,
haven't
yeah.
had a wash and a brush up. Once they've had a wash and a brush up, they're a little bit better. So what I used to have to do is I just do writing sessions and I just record everything from a desk straight into the interface. So you couldn't really hear the hiss so much because everything's all going in. You'd be tweaking and compensating on the EQ. And if I could then hear hiss on a pair of AKGs or whatever I had, Sennheisers, even MDRs that Sony make, they're usually the best for this because as dull and flat as they sound, they never lie about what it'll sound like. And I'm very fortunate that I never had a track rejected for a technical reason, like a bad recording. And I used to sit there and think, can't they hear the fact? And I can tell you from experience, like sometimes you do a mix or something and nobody would say, oh, because once everything's running together, nobody cares that the Minimoog's about picking out too much of this, or even to the fact, it's like I've actually got the SDE series of Human League's Dare in Dolby Atmos and surround over there. It arrived a few days ago. I managed to grab it directly from the website, and I was astounded that the mix of sound of the crowd on the album was actually still out of tune. I thought, hang on a minute, why didn't anybody bother to pitch correct something? There's two components, and I thought, see, it's because that's what people are used to.
Yeah.
And unless Phil Oakey, Martin Russian's deceased, rest in peace, but Phil Oakey must be aware of the fact that, because what they did was a single version was recorded differently. They didn't have the Lindrum. And then when they were doing the album, the Lindrum arrived. So they basically, what I suspect, because when you hear it in surround, you hear it differently. What I suspect is what they did was Martin Rushent thought, oh God, time is money and the rest of it. So they must have had a click track that they used. And so they used the Lin to lock into the click track. And that's the only thing that's really different. But what's astounding is I thought one of the synths is not in tune with Oki's voice, and there's another sound that's not in tune with that. And I thought, how could this get left in? Because if it was, say, someone like Stephen Wilson, I imagine he would have done something to correct that, But whoever did the surround mix and the Atmos mix, they didn't bother. My point is that you can go to the nth level to be an audiophile, but when it actually comes down to it, they just want something that moves them here. So if there's a little bit of, I remember submitting something which was used in a documentary, and I know for a fact that there was a lot of hiss and crackle towards the end of that track. Still got used, and it got used exactly with that hiss and crackling. And I remember thinking, why didn't they even bury it? Why didn't they just shave it off? I didn't have the time to get rid of. There was a popping sound at the end of it, and I didn't even get a chance to get rid of it. Something popped. I think it was because I was using a Windows machine at the time. And I can remember thinking, what the hell was that? Maybe one of the fans kicked in. And it's like a loud popping noise. And I can remember sitting there thinking, yeah. And I can remember thinking, how do I remove this? And I thought, I've got to give this in by 9 o'clock in the morning. A part of me thought, fuck it. It's only in the, you might relate to this. It was only in the last 3 seconds as I was fading it out. And I heard this pop. I thought, shit, what is that? I thought, I can't be asked. It's 2 in the morning. I didn't even go to bed. I actually fell asleep in my home studio floor. And then I just got up at 6, 7 o'clock and thought, right, shower up. I'll send the file over. If they say, oh, there's something at the end, I'll just have to do something about it, But they didn't. It got used. I know for a fact it got used as it was.
It's not, look, you'd never know the time pressures or the setups that other people are using, and there's always stuff that happens downstream from where you're operating. And that's okay. The other thing is you provide what you think is the best you can produce. But some of my best work has been captured on cassette. You know, you just well, it's not perfect, but it was a moment in time, and you got it there, and the energy of it still remains, even if the sound fidelity isn't what you want. But I'm not a sound engineer. I'm not a hi-fi snob. I have all these, you know, stupid little pedals because $200 is what Steve
I've
can
got
afford
that.
to get Effect X, you know, and they're quite good, you know.
Yeah.
And then we had the old Space Echoes, which were big rack units, and now you get the same little bastard like this. So it's the same idea that we have a certain target sound in mind. We've got a certain bunch of synths we possibly can use, and at that point, price isn't part of the equation. It's about ingenuity, and it's about creativity.
Ken, now that you've got lots of hardware and you've got a nice setup there,
Yeah.
what do you feel about recording just using soft synths versus trying to blend hardware in, especially analog?
The weird thing is, there is nothing analog in here anymore, apart from
Isn't
the 80.
there?
No.
So what's that on the wall? What's that white? I'm pointing as if you could even. Ah, what's that to? Yeah, that. What's that?
Polybrute 12.
Isn't that analog?
It's analog voicing, but it's an
But
incredibly
it's-
digital modern keyboard.
Right,
So-
but so doesn't the tuning drift? Isn't there hiss? Isn't there any?
No, this is, 2025, mate. Analog doesn't drift in 2025. Do you know what I mean?
Analog doesn't. Yeah. The caliber.
And-
Should I tell you something?
And
I
that
will tell you
80, that 80 is
Yeah.
a KSR 80, so that doesn't drift either,
that doesn't drift. No, but
or make any noise.
have you? Because I don't know if you saw it. The Rob Rosen, he actually put up a video of an OBX8, which had a bad voice. And I was shocked. I thought,
I saw
how
that.
can that still? Did you see that? I thought, how can that still be happening today?
No, well, the point is that there was separate calibration on each voice for the Oberheims
Yeah.
because they came from the old 8 SEM modules that sort of went into a rack to make the 8 voice Oberheim, and then they kind of borrowed that technology. And you hear Tom Oberheim talk about it, so we borrowed that idea and just jammed it into the OBX as it was originally. So the lineage predicates that, but one voice goes bad and you could turn it off. I think it says in that video. But these are the things you used to deal with when you're dealing, and even now, I've dealt with synths that aren't totally calibrated or have one bad voice in them or one bad chip. Because if there's an oscillator, there's a chip. If there's a chip, it can go bad. So, or a capacitor around the chip goes bad, or the tolerance, or the oxidation, or whatever else it is that distorts, or a transistor goes a bit haywire, and you get all these tolerances and they impart on a voice, not on the synth as a whole. But I've got,
No, go on.
I've got minor variations in my OBX8, and you've actually got a slop factor, which Dave Smith introduces into his synths, which says you can make it vintage or slop factor or whatever you call it, but it is the natural detuning of those oscillators because a clean one doesn't sound the same. If you want clean, get an Argon 8 or get a DX7 or get something that's totally calibrated. If you want the digital imprecision, then go out and get your old synths or your vintage ones or your modern recreations that have provision for that.
This is why the KSR 80s, I think, ended up being so successful, is because I was taught how to tune them by Dusty, who used to tune Vangelis's.
Dusty Miller.
Yeah. So he taught me how to calibrate them, and the thing that Vangelis wanted, he did want them absolutely bleeding spot on, because he always wanted
I'm
to
like that.
use up the top end. The top registered had to be tight,
Accurate, yeah.
beatless.
A
right?
lot of analog synths.
But the bottoms
And the-
needed to be not.
No,
Right.
that's true.
So what you would do is when you're tuning the A's, the A4s, using the Peterson, I'd get them absolutely bang on.
Yep.
And then when I'm doing the scaling, I'd do by ear and just have them just slightly off from each other. and then when you play it, it sounds like a Vangelis 80. Whereas if they were dead on, they sound like an M8X. See? And it was these subtle little things that you do to, and that's what makes her. And that's when you play a chord on it, if you're doing a lead up the top, it's precise and cutting, and the chords are big and fat at the same time.
I hear all manner of nonsense. People say, "Oh yeah, but analog synths," and I echo some of what you lot have said because I've still got analog synths and I still use them. I say, if you want safety with an analog synth, get one that doesn't have too many actual voices, or better still, stick with a monophonic instrument, and understand that once you go beyond a couple of octaves, it's not gonna sound pitch perfect. And when they say, why is that? I say, because it's the nature of it. The older they are, the chips weren't just, they're not 16-bit, they're not 8-bit. Some of them are just all like the System 100, the Mini Mode. These things don't have, precise anything in them. So once you go beyond a couple of octaves, you're mindful of the fact that there's going to be the odd note that's not going to sound bang on. And people don't like that. But I said, that's how it is. I mean, Kent, you remember when I gave you that OB8, which had MIDI and page 2, it had a voice that just wasn't happy to play ball. And in the end, you switched it out.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't matter what I did with that voice. It didn't want to work.
Yeah, because otherwise I was looking at repeated bills. Because then I would have had to leave it with Kent for months on end while he was trying to find time between other jobs to find what was causing that one voice to keep vomiting.
Yeah.
So I had an OB7, which I then sold. I went through so many. I mean, now I've noticed even some of the dealers are selling returned Profit 10s and 5s for, large sums off list, 30% off list. And I know why, because people are buying them out of nostalgia. Oh, yeah, I heard it on a Talking Heads record, or I heard it on this, or I heard it on a Japan record. And they're getting home, they see the mono out, that disturbs them. And then they're playing them, and suddenly everything doesn't sound as bright and trebly and crisp, and the tuning goes a bit off when they're layering sounds, and all of that. It's upsetting their sensibilities because they forked out thousands of pounds and they expected something that was going to be, deliver studio grade. If you want studio grade polished sound, just buy soft synths. Or buy, anything that's a VA, a good VA. Even something like the UDO synths, they're good. Stay away. I've actually said to people, look, unless you're willing to accept the fact that the tuning's going to drift a bit, you'll get the odd note that might not be perfect, unless you've got the patience to keep on tracking to get it bang on. Don't buy an analog synth. Or if you're going to buy an analog synth, get a modern mono. Something like the Sequential Pro 3.
Well, like Wago's pointing out here, right, I have a problem with this, to be honest with you. So he says that's why modern analogs have a vintage knob. And what they tend to do is, it basically, you turn up the vintage knob and it detunes the oscillators from each other slightly, right? But the problem with that is, it detunes all of the oscillators across the entire range of the keyboard.
That's right. It's not a natural.
If somebody come up with an idea of a vintage knob, and what it does is it only knocks out the bottom 2 octaves or so of the keyboard and leaves the top tight, then you've got it. Then it would sound a hell of a lot more analog than the vintage knob actually does.
Apparently, the Profit 10 can do something like that, but you've got to program the patch quite carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah. But not everyone's going to have the time, patience, and energy, because the first thing they think is mono out. Oh no! And that instantly throws people. Mono out. Well, yeah, The original was a mono art as well.
Yeah. Well, that's
It's
where
amazing.
that's where your boss pedal used to come in handy. Goes,
That's
ooh,
right.
mono into stereo. Cool. Use that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people used to put them, and if they were putting it, and if it was just DI'd into a desk, then understandably they'd be using lexicons or whatever was available, to just basically give the sound a bit more life and let it breathe.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You get a
Absolutely.
If you want,
so you get stereo, don't you? And that's what you're after, I suppose. But the thing is, I was just thinking before. I've got up in my studio up here. I've got
Yep. I've got a point as
1970
well. Look, I'm saying a decent vintage knob should fuck with the envelopes too. Yeah, too bloody right. You never get the timings of each envelope the same.
no.
But
You
I'm
can
thinking of
use
all the
this-
stuff I've got. I'm sitting here on an arsenal of 50-year-old hardware, so obviously it's going to be a bit flaky. So I've got an Odyssey, which is from '76, a Mark II brown face with the PPC added in afterwards. I've got three mini Marks. I've got some SE2s, SE1s and stuff. There's a lot of stuff there that's old. I've got
That was a long
Prophets.
wank.
I've got. There was. Well, he was looking at the picture. It's not very enticing, is it?
How's the
Did it have a
how's the
beard?
How's the PPC holding up on that Odyssey?
That's perfect. Yeah, I've been
Really,
unlucky,
even
but
after all these years?
after
Yeah.
50 years. Those since 50 years old. Now, I don't have any problems tuning because I can hear when there's a problem and I can tweak it if I need to, but I don't have to tweak it. The early Korgs were fine. The ones I've got, luckily or unluckily, the only thing that tends to drift are the mini Marks, the new ones, and we expected that. And that's why I have six Korg pitch racks in a rack, and each one's plugged in, and I can see them starting to strobe, like the Peterson strobe. It start to strobe when they're out of tune, and you just tweak it manually back in, and then you do the next take. So, but you learn those things. Is part of the difficulty that the early pioneers, like the Wendy Carlos's and the other brilliant people who were operating in the late 60s and early 70s, managed somehow to cope with. And that was just
Patience.
well, it's the same as a violin. You know where the notes are going to be and you know where to trill them. Or it's the same as a slide guitar, knowing where the slide should wind up to sound authentic. It was part of the art of the instrument was to be able to handle this.
It's like what I said, coming back to the Atmos version of Human League's Dare I've got. I mean, the reason I mentioned the fact that nobody bothered to pitch correct Sound of the Crowd, the album version, but yet whoever did the Yazoo albums, 'cause I've got the surrounds for those over there as well, they've all been pitch corrected because Vince Clarke admitted that the original masters were all out of tune. But yet that's the record that went out in the shops.
The other thing is
Out
that
of
sometimes the detuning can be from an effect. You can get a space echo that pulls your sound sharp or flat, and that's just an artifact of what they used in the recording chain. It's not actually the machine being out of tune.
I can imagine that in his case, if he said a synth was out of tune, it was probably. You got to remember, they probably added the effects in afterwards. He had I don't know what he does now, but I can imagine he's probably recorded everything dry in mono, and then they added everything in afterwards. So when he heard the mono tracks, that's when he said everything was out of tune.
Or maybe that was just the way maybe his sense of tuning was improved, or maybe he did notice it or put on a tuner against it. It's hard to know. I mean, but the other thing is the charm of these things. Nobody complains to string players out of tune when you've got 30 on stage because somehow it adds to the effect. And then
That's absolutely.
no one complains about a bagpiper playing a long way to the top when it's rock and roll and being slightly sharp. You expect that shit. That's all part of the charm of it. None of this is precise.
Yeah.
Nobody complains that most live albums are overdubbed, heavily in some cases.
Especially if your name's Peter Gabriel.
Oh,
He openly admits he overdubs his vocals for live recordings.
But
All the time.
even Frampton said Frampton Comes Alive, there are a few clams they fixed. I mean, you expect them in a live album. It's very rare you see a band hit its mark first time every time on stage. It's not going to happen. So And I think that's part of the beauty of it. If you hear Queen live Killers, there are a few clams in that. If you hear Supertramp live in Paris '79, that's another brilliant album, but that's obviously had a few fixes too. So, I mean, that's just, it's designed a balance between what actually happened and what you'd like the audience to hear. You know, you get a chance to fix it in the mix.
Yeah, I suppose with a vocal situation it's different, but I can remember Tangerine Dream because I had, the original CD pressing of Logos. And then when they did these box sets, I heard the extra tracks that obviously didn't go out. And I thought, wow, listen to how out of tune big chunks of this is. And listen to how the solos are quite flat. And then it made me realize how much patchwork happened post in the studio. There was a lot of editing as well. There were just large chunks of the performances were just removed. That must have taken quite a bit of skill, because you've got live sequences, segueing into things and long passages. And I thought, flipping it. But it's the solos. It's like on Logos, right at the end, there's a track called Dominion, which is on the original CD. But on the extras disc, it's not there. And I thought, yeah, it's probably not there because it might not have actually been recorded live. Maybe it was just done in the studio and they just put a load of crowd noise in to think, there you go, enjoy.
Yeah.
It sounded too precise. I thought, wait a minute, this just sounds so clean, Everything's on the bar, nothing's out of tune, all the solos are perfect, they start and end, but yet the rest of the album you can hear like there's a big modular synth doing a bass line, probably Chris Franker's hybrid system, and you can hear the tuning changing, but not at the end you can't. Everything's perfect, and I thought, that's where the patchwork is. So
Yeah.
Every recording presents different problems, and every performance presents different problems. It's a question of, do you fix it or don't you? Do you destroy the charm by fixing it, or do you actually address that and say, well, we're going to have something that's magically pristine and that everyone can admire it, but it has no real live guts. If you want to hear good live tracks, get Jay Gale's band doing Whammer Jammer with Magic Dick on harmonica, and have a look. And that's live and it's raw, it's nasty, and there are mistakes, but it's kind of fun. And if you've ever played in a live situation with a live band who are kicking, the imprecision is part of the fun.
it's like there's this, right? So this actually does have some imprecision in it because it's done off the original masters. So you can hear bits of the odd bit of mistimed flute or, on a guitar, there's a bit of fret noise. So even though this is a Dolby Atmos product, Ralph Hutter and whoever else helped him to do it, they left it in. But on this, no. I mean, you've got 3D, you've got different audio options, you've got different visual options. And I have to say, of everything I've heard in surround and Atmos, this is the cleanest and most precise thing I've ever heard. Does it lack charm? No. But it's an odd experience because it's almost like so even though you see them, there's no crowd noise. And I don't know how many gigs worth of recordings they must have gone through to think, Ralph Hutter probably said, get it as bang on as possible. And maybe I can't imagine they took too long. And the reason I haven't got the bigger version is because they're now ridiculously expensive. There's one version with all 8 albums. This is basically like a best of on Blu-ray and DVD, of these concerts they did at all these art galleries and everything else, which I didn't get a chance to go to. But the sound quality is absolutely astounding. It is really, really, it's just so polished. Whereas this, no hiss or anything like that, but it's very true to the stereo version of the album. So
I think,
I don't know. I mean, I prefer that, but I think maybe some people prefer that version, the original, 1975.
It's interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking that we're really talking about a difference in culture, aren't we? We're talking about a live album, which is meant to have all the imperfections of a live performance and all the charm resultantly. And then you're talking about something that's been the turd's been polished to the point that it gleams brown, and that's a bit of an unnerving idea. The super shiny turd is probably not the one you want to actually see or look at. Look, all of these things can be tricked up, and if they're recorded right, I mean, there are some great live albums, and they were even tricked up a little. I know the Eagles live in Melbourne, the Farewell from Melbourne concert, and that was recorded through an ABC van. That's our TV station for the government here, like the BBC is. And they have a custom Neve desk in there with all these Neve preamps and EQs and compressors. And it sounds bloody glorious because it was mixed by a guy who knew what he was doing, but the sound was captured in pristine excellence, and then they could play with it. You know, they had the digital means to play with it. So they tweak it up and then they put it back on the DVD, and it almost sounds too good to be true, but it's a lovely representation. And obviously 99% of it's live, and the other 1% is just clams. They're fixed, you know. But I would rather see Joe Walsh make mistakes than play properly. And if you look at albums like Led Zeppelin in Through the Outdoor and the track Hot Dog, the guitar solo on that's so bloody sloppy that Jimmy Page just about probably fell off the chair. It's still a moment of charm.
Yeah.
You listen to live albums from everywhere. But I listen to a lot of old jazz stuff, you know, it's recorded live 2-track. And I do all my recordings live 2-track. My entire analog system finally comes down to a little Zoom F3, which is just hit the play button and you record stereo, and that's it. And so at some point you've got to commit to digital, but I do it very late in the piece. But you do a lot of takes sometimes.
Robbie, I have a question for you. You wrote about that new Korg soft synth bundle, or the upgrade, version 6.
Yeah.
You mentioned that the Z1. I think I did leave a comment in there because for the life of me, I can't remember. I really cannot remember seeing a Z1 after the initial few months of its launch in a shop. Have you used one? Have you seen one in the field?
Got one.
You've got one.
Yeah.
Is it
It's got everything.
I haven't got everything. No,
Sort of an
Is it
Italian tie.
they're not as rare as you might think. They weren't massively successful. In the grand scheme of things, they weren't.
Why do you think that is?
A number of things. I think, as with most physical modelling synthesizers at the time, they were producing sounds that were being done in samples for a lot less money. So they were kind of, and the physical modelling then, albeit it was quite good and some better than others, samples were coming of age, and it was cheaper to buy a £200 or £300 sample library of an electric piano or whatever it might be than to buy a Z1. I mean, I remember going to the Z1 launch, and it was.
Were they under £2,000 when they came out? Were they about 2,000 quid or thereabouts?
They were definitely a couple of grand. I mean, it was cutting edge back then because for the first time,
multi-timbral, 12 voices, 18 voices.
It was. You had 12, and then you could buy the expansion board to knock it up to 18.
That's it.
But it was monotimbral, so you couldn't have. Because that. I mean, back then.
Now I know why it didn't sell.
Polyphony in physical modelling had only been done in hardware by the VP one, which never got released. So it was only a prototype. So here we are now. We've got the Z1, which was doing a whole bunch of stuff. So it had an electric piano, a Tynes model, as well as the virtual analog stuff. It wasn't, as many people perceived it, a polyphonic prophecy. It was a different set of models that it was using, so there was no compatibility between the two, and for the quality of it, which was good, samples were a lot cheaper, and it was cheaper if you were coming at it completely new. It was cheaper for you to buy a sampler and some sample libraries to get
A3000, whatever was available, the EMU racks.
even just an Akai, whatever. It was cheaper for you to do that than it was to buy a Z1, where you've got the limitations of polyphony, the limitations of multi-timbrality, or not. But the Z1 itself is and I remember being in that launch and just everyone was just like blown away that here was a synthesizer that was doing all of this modeling stuff, and it was all polyphonic, and it was great. And they were switching between the string models and the Tyne models and the VA models, and it was just wow, this is amazing. And it has this XY pad, which again was quite unique back then. And why? I mean, there's probably lots of reasons why it didn't do as well as maybe some might have hoped, but it still is. I think it's a very, very good synth. And even though we've now got the Prophecy in the Legacy collection, as I said, the Z1 is not a polyphonic Prophecy. It's a different machine.
No, it's not. I'm glad you pointed that out, because I was wondering, was it... I kept thinking the Z1 was basically the Prophecy with bells and whistles, and I was also assuming it was multi-timbral.
No.
So I couldn't understand why it didn't do that well, but you've answered all the questions. And I think at the time we also had the JP8000, which wasn't that old. And I also think that Novation's Supernova racks, which I had, the whole fact that they were multi-timbral, you could expand them. Each part could run multi-effects, separate effects. I think they were eating up a lot of people's... Basically, they were flying off the shelves for that reason.
But what you got to remember is JP8000 and the Supernovas were analog modelling.
That's right.
Did. Whereas the Z1 was doing analog modelling and physical modelling, acoustic modelling. So it was going beyond that. So that requires a lot of processing power, and it's why Yamaha. One of the reasons why Yamaha didn't go with the VP1 and went with the VL, because the VL concentrated on acoustic modelling primarily. That was its thing. It was acoustic modelling. The VP1 could do so much, and it was polyphonic. It was 16.
How much was it supposed to be if it was going to come out? It was meant to be a
Well, nobody really knows what, because it never went to retail. But I think when Yamaha was selling off the prototypes, they were going for probably 5 figures, because they had to recoup some of the costs. You've got each voice. There's a voice card which has 2 voices on it, and they've each got their own CPUs and processing and all the DSP.
Wow!
It was just a bonkers concept, but it was great because what it did was amazing. If you hear, we go and watch the VP1 show that we've got on the channel. It sounds like nothing else to a point, but when what you have to remember is a few years after that. I mean, you have to remember that the VP1 was early mid-90s. And we didn't get anything that's quite sounded like that until we had some of the big, heavy sample-based hitters.
That's right.
And then we start, and then of course those are way cheaper than what the VP1 would have been, and they're way cheaper than what the Z1 would have been or was. You listen to. I was just playing around. It's funny because I'm playing around with that Trinity, and you remember how
Trinity.
good that sounded.
God, yeah.
And now
it's weird.
Software.
Yeah, so you've got the Trinity, and then wasn't there like a M series workstation, which had the Radius in it, or you could buy a Radius board. And then there was the Oasis.
The Triton had the processing board that could be slotted in.
It came. No, it was after the Triton. There was another Korg workstation which had a really white
Well, there was
Not the Oasis. It was between
there was the Radius,
the Radius. I had that and the R3 for some reason.
and there was an M3. There was the M3.
M3's the one I remember, and I remember thinking, should I get this? But what was bothering me was, I think it was the lagginess. And I've noticed that Korg's workstations, I don't know what the new Kronos is like, but I can remember there was a lot of lag when you were using the touch screen. And I thought, this isn't good.
The touch view screens that they used were notoriously iffy, you know.
Yeah, very, very laggy.
The Nautilus has a laggy keyboard, and it wasn't always that way. They had some earlier ones which were good, but you had to pick your mark with those. But the Nautilus definitely suffered from being underpowered. They do a lot of graphics, and they shouldn't. They should just keep it simple. But they want to make it look sexy. But the cost is that forevermore you're squeezing the membrane rather than simply tapping it and having it come straight up.
Do you think that Yamaha will actually release the Montage ESP as a separate product? I don't think it's going to be worth their while, is it?
I don't know. It all depends, because every synthesizer, when it launches, you get a big spike. Everybody goes out and buys it.
Yeah.
And it'll plateau for a bit, and it'll go like that, and it will stay there. And I say almost all will go like that, stay there, go down a bit like an ADSR. You know, the soft attack, and then it comes down, and the release time is just like really low, and it stays there. If that happens to Montage, which is likely to be given its price point, if that happens to Montage M, then maybe. The Modi XM is a different kettle of fish, because they do sell consistently well, because they're affordable, they're lightweight, people gig with them. If they break one, they go and buy another one. So I don't know quite what that curve looks like.
What I don't understand about that is that the actual audio outputs from the Modi XM keyboards lacks the sheen and sparkle of the Montage M. So I can understand there's a bit of a corner cut there. But oddly, if you take it via USB, because I know they're gonna apparently, I mean you might know more, but the actual ESP software will be supplied with the Modi X from next year onwards.
Yeah.
So bearing that in mind, why would anybody want to spend $4,000 on the premium product if everything's just going to be, if you've got the option to do things the other way?
The thing with the Montage M's is that they do have some good stuff going for them over and above the Modi XM. So you've got the extra screen, got the extra display, which is pretty damn useful when it comes, especially when it comes to the ANX engine. You've got aftertouch for fuck's sake. I still can't get over the fact that they deliberately chose not to put aftertouch in the Modi XMs. I mean, just put channel aftertouch in, because you can buy KeyStep for $149 US or whatever, and it's got velocity and aftertouch, and yet Yamaha decided that a differentiator between those two things should be aftertouch. It's ridiculous when you've got an FM engine and an analog engine in there, where expression is just like, you know, I don't get it. I mean, cut corners elsewhere. You cut corners in the quality of the case. So the Modi X cases are basically, I don't even know if they're glass reinforced ABS, but they're ABS. The key beds they've improved in the Modi XM slightly, but not much, because the ones on the originals were fucking awful. They were gash. I had a Modi X7 Plus here, and I couldn't believe it. I set it all up. I got all excited. I played it. I thought, this is not fucking staying. Even if they ask me if I want to keep it, it's not staying, because it's rubbish. You've got a big drop in, you know, I say a big drop compared to the Montage M's. You've got a big drop in polyphony, but it's still a lot of polyphony on the Modi XM. You're not going to miss anything.
It is.
You've got the audio output quality. So of course on the Montage M's, the
The
analog audio
AV converters, yeah.
are top notch. But with the Modi XMs, you can get the really good audio from the USB. So there's a trade-off there. You're lacking some of the USB plug-in connectivity at the back. There's lots of things that they've cut back on. Why they just got rid of the aftertouch, I do not know. Because when I spoke to Yamaha about this, they said, "Oh well, we've got to keep some differences between." Plus, most people that buy a Modi X and by extension the Modi XM are gigging keyboard players, and they just want something that's light, that's easy to carry around. It's got all of those sounds in it. They don't really care about aftertouch, and I can't argue with that because I'm not a live keyboard player, so I can't say, "Oh, but we do," because I don't. But Yamaha are a big business. These synthesizers are this much of
their business,
yeah. I mean, it's nothing. It really is nothing. But one thing they will do is market research. So they must know their market, and if their market states we don't care about aftertouch, just knock another couple of £100 off.
Yeah.
So
give me a second.
I think what Yamaha do, and I don't understand the thinking behind this, but in close succession, you've got their flagship Montage, and then they obsolete that, then they bring in the Mod X series and the Mod X 8 Plus or whatever it is, so they've expanded it there, and then now they've gone to the Mod XM, and they've had the Montage re-released in the middle of that. So you've got about 5 different pedigrees of synthesizer happening within a 2-year period. Now, the minute you buy a Yamaha, it's obsolete because the next model's already arrived, and the next model, the next model. So I've got a Mod X8 out there that isn't worth a piece of shit because... I mean, yes, it's a palette of sounds, and for recording, I can dial up some nice sounds, and that's what I need to do. So, if I'm doing demos, that's fine. But you're right, with the aftertouch and all the other stuff on it, they tend to gild the lily because you've just shelled out for it for a couple of grand, and then suddenly, what you've got sitting in the office is no longer latest. You don't get that satisfaction at all.
To be fair, the original Montage and the original Modi X came out quite a while ago. So for them to then update to the M's, Montage and Modi X respectively, there's been a reasonable amount of time, I guess, between the two. But yeah, I mean, there are going to be people that bought a Montage or a Modi X a couple of years ago, and now they're essentially obsolete. They're not going to get all the bells and whistles.
What bugs me about the Montage? Sorry to talk of it. What bugs me about the Montage M is the fact that they only put the polyphonic aftertouch in the top end model and not in the 7 or the 6. That I think that's just whoever made that decision. That wasn't well thought out. Considering you look at Sequential, who make the form, which is supposed to be, it's supposed to be basically a wage packet synth, as I used to call them. Because it's 800, 700 retail, whatever, and it's got polyphonic aftertouch. So.
But again,
I remember thinking.
I can understand Yamaha's argument of the potential market for each of those. So the potential market for a sequential form is quite different to the potential market of a Montage and a Modi X. The Montages and the Modi X's are either central studio instruments. This is like the one keyboard that sits in the controller that everyone uses, or it's the one thing that people take out on stage. Tori Amos, she has a grand piano over here, and then she has a Montage, and then a Nord of some description up there. That's her thing. She won't be sat there with a form or anything like that because that's just not her thing. People just want. The people that use Montages and Modi X's want everything in a box, and they want it to be really bloody good, and they kind of tick those boxes. Strange decisions. I mean, poly aftertouch. I've played an M8X. I fell in love with it. It's a beautiful action. It's a lovely, balance of weighted keyboard action with aftertouch. I know a lot of people kind of think aftertouch and weighted keyboards should never be you know,
It shouldn't work, but it does.
It should-
What do
it
they
does.
know?
Yeah,
What
but
do
it does
they
work because they're making a synthesizer, an instrument that has to be at the click of a button. It has to be a fucking brilliant Bosendorfer 1 minute. The next minute, it's got to be some wailing analog banshee.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the
it's got to
balance
be
they
a
got with
wailing
that
analog CS80
yeah,
with the ring
and-
mod blasts.
Exactly. So if you're going to come up with a premium 88 note controller, you've got to, it's got to be a good one. And I don't mind the fact that they didn't put poly aftertouch in the 7 and the 6 montages because they do respond to poly aftertouch.
Yeah, they do. But when you're
then you have
forking
to- it's a
out
second keyboard.
3,600 quid, yeah, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
the psychology of thinking,
Yeah.
well, I've just spent $3,000 plus on it.
Yeah.
Now I have to spend another, and it'll probably, and the idiot's response is, oh, yeah, well, go and buy a Hydrosynth. What, to control that? No.
Yeah. But then I suppose, the people that are using polyphonic aftertouch are not going to be your traditional piano players. They're going to be, fucked up synth heads. And so therefore, maybe they're not going for a montage. Maybe, if you want poly aftertouch and you want all of that kind of synth stuff, you go for the Hydrosynth. And this is the beauty of it, that everyone can say, look,
There's horses for courses.
Yeah, there's something for everyone there,
Yeah.
So
Well,
I looked at the form.
weirdly though, one of the most famous polyphonic aftertouch keyboards on the planet.
Prophet T8? Oh, right. Yes, actually, okay.
And that acts like a weighted keyboard. So
Yeah.
it was
does.
never a problem up until now, for some reason.
I mean, I looked at the form and I thought, this is that. There's a lot of potential here. But then I thought, I wonder how many people are actually going to realize that. And I thought, well, people are probably going to be thinking, when's the next software update? When's the next software update? When's the next software update? Without realizing the fact that actually, even with 4 notes, you've got the potential to, because that poly aftertouch, I was looking at the spec and I thought, wait a minute, you can actually change the arpeggiator, you can do this, you can do this. And I thought, this needs people to just sit down. I mean, it's not even that big a synth. And I thought, what it really requires is just to lock out the world and just spend time with it.
the best thing about the form, and I played it for a while, it sounds like a sequential synth. And that is a thing, and that's a lovely thing, because sequential synths do have a sound. So it sounds
A sound.
sounds like
American.
sequential, and it has Prophet 5 sensibilities in that sound. Yeah, it has this beautiful, simple, straightforward layout of the user interface, which again is a classic sequential layout. It looks like a sequential. If you had never been told about the sequential form, but knew about sequentials, and somebody showed it to you without covering up the name badge, and you say, "Who made this?" You'd know it's a sequential. The what, they're not mini keys, they're
The slim.
slim keys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people are going, they're fine. They're fine unless you've got fucking club hammers for hands and fingers. They're fine.
Oh, bless.
And yeah, it's only 4-note polyphonic, but
So was the Jupiter 4. And
Yeah.
that did a lot less.
exactly. And I remember slagging off the original Polybrute. Only 6 notes. What the hell were they thinking? Hang on a minute. Junos, and all these other synths. Nobody complained about 6-note polyphony on there.
Nobody complained about 5 notes on the Prophet 5.
On the Prophet 5,
and that's
no.
just a really weird number.
One of the most popular tracks that used a Prophet 5, Betty Davis's Eyes,
Yeah,
benefits from that note stealing
yeah.
in that riff, because it steals a note, but it just adds to the whole thing. So it kind of made a thing about it. I really like the form, and if I was in the market for that sort of thing, I'd be straight in there. But I don't think I need that right now anyway. But if one comes up, it's,
The only thing that's thrown me regards Korg is that I still cannot understand why they built these great they've got the software versions are great, but the hardware iterations of the multi-poly and so on, there's only one word: they're crap. I mean, I actually bought two of them, and I had to send both of them back. One kept locking up, and I thought there's something wrong with the Raspberry Pi thing in here. And I actually made a little video, sent it to the guy at the shop, because he goes, "Oh, what's wrong with it?" I go, "Look, maybe it'll be easier if I make a video." And within seconds, he obviously watched it, and then he just rang me back and said, "Yeah, mate, just send it back." And the other one, one of the outputs was a bit excessively noisy, and I thought, "Is it me?" And I thought, "No, there's something not right here." And I never bought any of those line again because I thought these are really badly made.
They
do
exude a slight cheapness.
Maybe the rack
to their
mounts are
build
better.
quality.
Maybe the rack mounts are better made. I see that all the keyboards are going for silly money, massive price cuts, but the rack mounts aren't. You know?
Yeah, no, it could be. I mean, again, they're building synths to a price point, and they want to shift a lot of them, and I guess they do the numbers, and the ones that probably go back, are far outweighed by the ones that don't. I know with the Op 6, there was a batch or batches that had slightly dodgy screens.
Yeah.
Something, I know Manny had a problem with his, but I mean, sonically, I mean, I've not got any of those synths, but I have got the native versions, got the plug-in versions, and I think the multi-poly is an incredible synthesizer. I think that's a really good synth.
It is.
I'm not a massive fan of the mod wave, although it's nice. The wave state is okay, and the Op 6 I think is quite nice as well. To the point where I almost bought an Op 6 SE a few weeks ago because Korg was selling them at this event that I was at.
I read that on Gear News. Yeah.
500.
You should have picked it up. Oh.
Well, there was a part of me that said, just get all of them, get all the ones that you want, because you'll never get these prices again. And then I thought, no, because they were both the 61 SE versions. I'm thinking, where the hell am I going to put them? And then practicality grabbed me, and the 700 has still got a magic for me. And I thought, fuck it, I'll get that one. It's small, it's compact. I have history with it, and I do still regret not buying those SEs, but I've got nowhere to put them, and I've got.
Is the 700 on Being Boiled?
Yeah.
It's also on Warm Leatherette. Is that right?
I think so. I know it's not. It's definitely on Being Boiled. Because
it is the original fast version.
Well, Martin
it's on
brings,
there.
Yeah, Martin brings that 700 out to tour with him. When they did a recreation of Reproduction and Travelogue at the Roundhouse in Camden.
Is that with Heaven 17?
Yeah,
I saw that on
17.
YouTube.
Yeah,
I saw it on YouTube, and they did a really good version of it as well.
It was my friend Peter lent them his Jupiter 4, I think it was, for some of that stuff. But Martin dug out the original 700, and I've seen that 700 along with the original System 100 that was used on both those those early League things. And Martin, actually, to his credit, I saw him about 6 months ago when Heaven 17 were doing. They did a gig in Bury St Edmunds, and being old now, I kind of sit up in the apex. Has got these kind of circle seats, but it's small, and I sat and I was literally right above Martin,
so you could see. Well, this System 100 up. Yeah, it was. The 100 was there.
But he brought the 700, and of course they make this big deal about that is the synth that was on those records, and then Martin.
But it's not, is it?
No, it is apparently.
Oh, is it really?
Well, apparently, but then somebody did say to me that there's a story.
I know that the
behind
100 he's got. You know the 100 he's got? Yeah. I know this. I know that Vince Clarke actually gave him that 100.
So I was going to say it was either the 700 or the 100.
It's the 100. Vince Clarke bought him an entire system. Because when I met him years ago, when he did a talk at the ICA, when I said that to him, he looked at me and goes, "How did you know that?" And I just smiled. Let's just say a friend of a friend was telling me bits and pieces. It's usually roadies and techies who know things like this. And I said that's quite an unusual thing to do because he got it for him as a gift. I think it was when he worked on an album.
Yeah, they're friends.
Well, they've got a
together.
company together as well.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
yeah, I wonder what shape his 100's in, because Kent, I was about to say at some point, I'll just have to send you an email and put it in the queue. I've used my 100 a lot in the last year, and I think that some of the sound's fine, but I think the brake jacks might be a little bit loose here and there.
Oh, they,
You know,
I imagine they would be by now, yeah.
The patch leads are not. They don't always want to stay in one place, shall we say?
Yeah.
But I saw Martin. I went
Time
to
for new ones, mate.
I went to a gig at the Queen Elizabeth Hall on the South Bank, which was
All right.
it was The Art of Noise being played by Anne Dudley, and I can't remember which BBC orchestra it was, but it was one of the Beebs orchestras. I don't think it was the SO.
No.
Paul Morley was there. He did like the intros, and Anne is on piano, and they're doing these orchestral versions of the Art of Noise stuff. But pre-show, in the foyer, Martin Ware held court on this little sort of makeshift stage, and he interviewed Peter Howell from the
BBC Radiophonic, yeah.
And he'd got the System 100 on the desk, and his
What was he doing?
Yeah, so they were kind of doing this kind of interview talk demonstration thing, and then they start talking about the Human League stuff. And Asa, who is or was at least Martin's studio engineer, came on and set it up to do the drum pattern from Being Boiled.
Being Boiled, which I've done in one of my videos. It's a piece of piss to do.
And then he's got the 700, and he, shall we say, approximates. With all due fairness to Martin, he approximates the piece on there. But it was good. I mean, it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work brilliantly, but it was enough for you to see Martin Ware playing the original instruments, playing that stuff. It was a little box top thing.
Yeah, the trouble with 100s is it's like a lot of old analog modulars. It's when the brake jacks start to get a little bit wobbly. If you're trying to do things like that, especially when you're going to and from the sequencer and you've got cross-mod things going on, something somewhere, especially in a situation like I don't know why it happened, and it always happens when you don't want it to happen, and then you're like flicking wires thinking, which one is it? Which is the one not sending the right amount of current through?
Yeah.
You know?
I had 100 M13 modules of the System 100 and I sold them all.
So did I.
In America. I had all of the different ones. I got rid of it because it was just too frustrating to use. It was just patch chords and me and as you say, the tolerances. And I'd do something I thought would be intuitive and it wouldn't work. And you think, oh, what are you doing wrong? And then eventually it just became an experiment in terror. So I just moved that quietly offshore. And I do have a Syntrix, which is a little bit more amenable, but even that has tolerances. But the modular and I, just anything without memory, I tend to struggle with unless it's straightforward.
The thing is, I like to go all in. So I remember I had the 100, the first system, which Kent serviced because there was some oddity where it had actually start off in tune. No, it had start off out of tune, and over time it had drift into tune, and then something wouldn't be happy with another thing. And I remember Kent described this in detail, and I just thought, what the keyboard was from somewhere in Australia. It was actually someone had got a knife and tried to etch in the name of the school. The sequencer was from a guy just outside of Leicester, and I think the expander, the guy had found it from somewhere else, and I had all the books for it as well. So I had this system without the speakers and the mixer, and I gave it to Kent. He made it perfect, and then I think I had a sudden demand from the taxman. Apparently, I'd not paid a certain amount of tax, so I sold it to this guy who came on ferry from France to his brother-in-law's place in North London. Because I was living out of a suitcase in North London years ago, so I knew just about where he was based. And he asked me a few times, why are you selling this? And I said, mate, I've got a demand from the taxman that I've got to sort out.
Yeah.
And he didn't even haggle on the price. And I remember within a month of selling it, I thought, why did I could have. So then I waited years and brought another system, which this guy in Brighton sold me on eBay, and that's the one I've got. That's a complete system with the speakers and the mixer, and I have to say that that's the one I'm so glad I've still got, because other than the brake chats, get some of them getting a little bit loose. Visually, it's touch wood, still in really, really immaculate nick. And everything's just works. There's no snap, crackle, and pop. Do you know what I mean? Because with old gear, there's always something that'll just go oh, when you least expect it. Do you know what I mean? So, and when you were, and the reason I mentioned that is the 100M. I had 3 cabs of that. So, you know, the D sets, I had 2 of those. And then I had a third cab, which looked like shit. But I had the parametric EQ in there. I think I had a sequencer. And I had the delay and all of that in. And I had a Kenton, one of the Kenton Pro interfaces, the one that allowed you. I also had the longer keyboard, which actually had the Jupiter 4's arpeggiator in it. So I had this lovely system next to the 100, and everything was going through this Kenton interface. But for some fucking peculiar reason, and 100Ms are supposed to be ultra stable, 1 or 2 of the dual VCO modules would sometimes just go deliciously out of tune when you'd least expect it. And I can remember sitting there thinking, if I send all this over to Kent, I don't know how, and I never rang you about it. I remember sitting there thinking, what shall I fucking do here? I have to take all of this, and it could be the Kenton. And I remember in the end, I just sat there one day and thought, fuck it, I'll just sell it all. I have no regrets about that, because it was, and it also sounded really thin. You had to use a lot of oscillators to get the same breadth and depth of sound you got from the System 100. I think it's something to do with the fact that it had. Did it have Curtis, Kent?
No,
the 100M?
no, I don't think. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while. I do remember. I thought Lester Barnes was going to throw a pint of beer at me when I said that the 100M sounded thin compared with the 100.
It is. It does sound thin. It does sound thin.
The thing is, out of all the synths that I've worked on and played and stuff like that, the 100 is the one system that I really regret that I've never ever owned. I always wanted one. I thought they sounded absolutely gorgeous.
They
really,
are
really gorgeous.
There's something, I don't know. There's a connect. I mean, everybody's got their favorite synth, and for me, it used to be the 2600. But a long, long time ago, I had that, and I couldn't afford to get the MIDI retrofit. And one of the VCOs would never track properly, so I sold it. And I remember over the years thinking, maybe one day I'll get another 2600. But when I think my love for the 100 came from the fact that the Human League Mark 1, both their albums, in fact, one side of Penthouse and Pavement, also, I think Robbie might, if you're a fan, or any of you, one side of Penthouse and Pavement, Martin Ware actually said this, and I suspected as much. One side of it has a lot of System 100 on it. You know? So that sound was stuck in my head from then. I remember thinking, how are they doing all the drums? And then I realized it was the 100, and I thought, I've got to get one of those. I've got to get one. And then obviously, when you get it, and then you realize programming it's not difficult. It's got a very unusual sample and hold as well. You know, we tend to think of sample and hold as just, you know, it's quite a basic thing. It's like a setting on an LFO. But on this, there's lag time, speed, there's one other control, and you can actually make it step musically. You know? It's quite unusual. The sample and hold on the expander on it is really, really unusual, but it's quite musical, you know? So...
I watch Alex Ball's videos with his 100M, and I have to admit that my anti-modular thing kind of starts to melt away a bit when I hear what he's doing with that. When I hear that, because that vintage Roland sound is quite unique and quite lovely. and what he
It's
does
the
with that
100,
100M.
Robbie. If you can try to get your hands on a 100, that's when you hear that, when you hear the power of the sound, there's just a pure, it's just the bottom end on it. I don't know, sonically, it's just so powerful. And it's odd considering it's got an 18 dB octave filter. Is that right, Ken?
It's something like that,
It's
yeah.
not-
I think, if memory serves. But the thing about the 100 is it has that lovely, it's almost like soft rubbery sound.
It's a juice. I call it
Yeah.
juiciness.
Yeah. And
Has a
so when
roll
you
in
do
the
a
thing.
bass with it, it's like, oh, it's fucking gorgeous. It
The
really
bass
is.
the bass sort of grumbles and distorts a bit. It's kind of got a bit of an edge to it. It's not
Yeah.
it's not smooth. It's actually textured.
Yeah.
And that's
It feels like a soft pillow.
it's
It
like,
overdrives very easily. It overdrives. When you're using, if you're doing filter FM with it, there's a real, you can go from, like Kent said, soft pillow to this really raunchy, gnarly sound
Yeah.
quite easily, depending on how you patch it.
Yeah.
On the 100M, you can't do that. The 100M is really clean, precise, and the only word that comes to mind is it sounds thin by comparison.
The thing is, though, this isn't Roland's fault, right? This is what the public were demanding. They wanted synths that were more accurate.
Yeah.
And the companies delivered them. And
Yeah.
and at the time people were going, oh great, it's more accurate, and then it's only until much later on they're going, hang on a minute, the soft, warm, unstable ones, I prefer that.
I like the Human
weird,
League
isn't it?
sound. I like the Human League sound. I don't like the Thomas Dolby type sound. Sort of, it's a bit of a shift in perception. But yeah, I
Yeah.
guess
But the reason the Human League Mark 1 sounded like that was because of lack of money. They were using basically a clapped out desk, with, some of the channels weren't working. And they didn't realize at the time that they were overdriving everything. Because by the time you get to Heaven 17, it's a very different sound.
Yeah.
You can hear some of it on Penthouse and Pavement. Side 1 of Penthouse and Pavement is basically some of the Luxury Gap. Side 2 with Let's All Make a Bomb on all of those tracks is still Human League Mark 1. You can hear the transition. So by the time you get to Luxury Gap, that's the Heaven 17 sound. And I like that sound as well. And How Men Are is basically the sound of £300,000 being thrown at the wall to make an album. You've got 3 24-track machines and you're having to pay to get in external air conditioning so that nothing overheats, which is astounding, But I suppose, you're young and you want to push the envelope forward, so.
I think too that there was a period in time there where in the early 80s where these, especially British acts, and there are a lot of them, put the synth bass in and then had a stringy pad, and suddenly there was a whole genre of early synth pop which relied on those sounds. It was formative, and that's when the kids were getting excited with the gear, and the gear had its own sort of presence and quality and character, and then over time that fell away and grunge came around. So it expired. But yeah, you're right. In the early 80s, the Human League and all of those British bands, Eurythmics and that were using synths in that context. They were making stuff. And you're right, a lot of it was broken. Jean-Michel Jarre had a broken Mellotron on Oxygen. All of this gear, they would get what they could get their hands on, and there were no duplicates. And if it was broken, you kind of worked around it. It was like Rick Wakeman on Space Oddity playing the spread note chords on the Mellotron, so that the shearing force on the motors and spindles was sort of balanced across the entire spindle. It wasn't sort of in one location on a cluster chord. It was spread out, and that's how he used to keep it in tune. And that was his trick. But all this stuff was imperfect, and that's where we get the charm of it all. It's why we remember it, because it had a sound, and it had a sound often because stuff was faulty or imperfect or not calibrated to within a bee's dick of its life.
Yeah. What do you think of the new Roland TR-1000, Robbie?
Without actually having played one, I if I had the money, I'd buy one, but I don't.
Yeah. As soon as I saw it, I thought, oh,
I mean, what I've seen people do with it, and I've spoken to people who've got one.
oh,
Alex,
right.
It's a brilliant thing, but it's a premium product that's
It is.
£2,700 that I don't have. So,
Is that how much it is? I thought it was about 2002.
No, it's US 2,700, isn't it? So yeah, it's about 2,223 UK.
Yeah, it's still a big chunk of change.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
But if you're looking, I mean, I'm told
It's
that
just
if you're,
such a.
it's a Beats workstation.
It's more than a drum machine.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was watching the actual. They did a really long video. This guy from Roland, and I was watching it in chunks, and I thought, this is it. This is the king. And I was watching people's comments on the initial sort of launch videos, and I thought, I get it. People are vomiting about the fact that, oh yeah, but Behringer and all these other companies, Electron. I thought, but what they don't understand is it's not designed for just anyone and everyone. You buy something like that, you've obviously, you know what I mean. You're going to use it in a pro setup quickly.
Yeah.
Well, but I've got another question, and that is in terms of the Roland lineaging. Leave all of the emulations out of it. Roland had the 808, and then obviously they couldn't continue making that. And then more recently there was the TR8, and then there was the TR8S. But at the same time, you had the SP404A and the Mark II SP404 with the green sort of tinge on it, and all of those. And then the TR8S had the sampler involved, so that you could see the way this pedigree was working. And eventually the TR1000 is effectively the culmination of their MC707 type ideas.
All of those technologies,
the TR8S ideas and the 404 sampler and all of that stuff all kind of got squished into the TR1000 box. But again, there are machines that sort of on the periphery of the sampling side that also do. I mean, I've got a black box sitting there, the 1010 Music black box, and that's a fine machine. And I was so impressed with it, I've even been known to send them overseas to people. But the black box does what the 404 does, but better, and in a more compact package.
Yeah.
And and you can pitch shift on it. You can split a sample across the keyboard like you could on an emulator. So they were good things. Justin, how are you, sir?
I'm well. Still kind of getting settled in up here.
Yeah, go on. So you were saying 1010 black box.
Oh yeah.
Well, I was saying that all of those devices have influenced what Roland have ultimately come out with. I'm just saying that, but I find that pedigree interesting because I bought a TR8 the day they came out, thinking, oh great, now I've got a 909 and 808 similar in a box, and then I thought about it. I thought, yeah, well, I've got a DR770 and a DR880, and they've got the Roland sort of electronic kick and stuff in them anyway. So in a pinch, I could have used those. And then I look back and I think, oh yeah, Drum Kit 10 on the 1985 sound canvas has a digital 808 in it. Okay, it's not a real 808, but Roland have been recycling this sample set in various forms for close on 40 years, and so yes, well, it might be. So really, the question on the 1000 is the form factor ideal and conducive for the type of music and rhythms that you want to create?
But also, the 808 and 909 stuff is genuine analog. And so it comes with all of the stuff. And the fascinating thing that I found out that Alex told me about was that there was two different versions of the 808 kick. The original 808 kick, there were two different versions. There was one that was produced for the first few months of the machine, and then they changed it, and it dropped in pitch. And so now on the TR1000, they actually modelled the original first 808 for most of the sounds. So you're getting stuff that, like, that isn't like on everything else. So they've made it a little bit more unique. And yes, they've left off some of the analog circuits. They didn't do some of the, they didn't do the full 808 sound set. They did most of it, and the rest is done by the modelling stuff.
Apparently, wasn't this 5 years in the making?
Oh, this has been a long while.
I think so.
Yeah. I've got.
That's a long time.
I wonder what they're using then in their 909 for the 309 transistor, because you can't get them anymore.
There's a lot of speculation as to everyone's waiting for somebody to do a teardown video to see exactly what they're using inside.
I bet you anything you like, they've replaced it with the 1815. That's what I reckon they've done. Because although on paper it shouldn't work, it does. I know I've tried it and it did. So I got 1999 out the door.
I reckon if somebody's bold enough to go out and buy a TR1000
And pull it apart.
and pull it
Thereby-
apart and do a YouTube video, you'll get your money back within a week.
I tell you what, I've got a better idea. Somebody buy me
Through you.
a TR1000 and I'll do a teardown video of it.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go. Won't be me, that's for sure.
But then I'll put it all back together and give it back to you afterwards.
That would be.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I can't even believe I'm entertaining the idea. My God.
I tell you, because so many people are clamoring for it, because there's this other rumor that is gaining a little bit of traction online.
Yeah.
That Roland have used Cool Audio chips. Cool Audio being owned by Behringer.
Yeah.
No
I
way.
don't think. I
No
don't.
way.
That is just a rumor spread by people. There's no basis.
Mate.
There's no evidence.
That's just resentment.
Mate,
Of course
manufacturing
people are gonna
rumours. Manufacturing rumours.
Yeah. No, I mean,
It's just so many of them. It really is.
Roland. I don't think Roland would be that naive. I really don't.
No.
And even
The
if
worst
they
thing
did
I-
use Cool, they'd probably do that age-old trick of filing the chips down so you couldn't see what was what.
What, on each individual one? That means that they've already heard, we ain't going to sell more than 1,000 and then we'll discontinue it.
Well, what's his name did that, didn't they, with the Infernal
That's what I
Machine?
was going to say. Yeah.
Yeah. Little
But
bastards.
I think the TR1000 is a rhythm machine in the grand old tradition of what the big companies used to do.
Yeah.
CS80 or GX1 maybe even. They build something that's big, has got everything in it, and then in a year and a half's time, oh look, we've got the TR1008, and it's the 808
The cut down.
part. Yeah, this is the 808
Yeah,
part of the
I actually
TR1000
said this.
in a smaller box for a cheaper price. Then they'll do the TR1009, and that'll be the
Yeah.
909 bit. And then they'll do
Yeah,
the
they'll
TR1000
do it.
something else.
Or worse
They'll do a
still,
cut.
they do the TR1000S.
Oh.
As a
So,
boutique.
so basically,
Yeah.
And then a
Yeah.
small incendiary device goes off at Roland and nobody knows why.
There's a
no,
roadmap.
yeah.
There's a roadmap, so don't worry, that'll happen.
I reckon another funny thing would be to actually listen to the physical difference between Alex Ball's machine and the new one and say, well, can I discern the difference in a mix? Because I would bet that 99% of people can't pick a digital 909 kick from a real
I've
909
used both.
kick in a
I
mix.
mean, I've used an 808 and a 909 in a studio. So, and it's again that thing about, people have the lust. And I've had this chat with Kent years ago. It used to fascinate me when people would be clamoring to pay thousands for these things secondhand. And I'd say, mate, I'd be sitting there thinking, mate, unless you've got a really good desk and you've got a good compressor and the rest of it, they're not all that. Don't fucking spend $8,000 on something where, something's going to go snap, crackle and pop at any given moment.
But again,
Just get the Behringer
What-
models.
well, why do you buy authentic stuff. It's like you like the form factor, or it takes you back to a mindset you had when you were 18.
Yeah.
So you're standing
Yeah.
standing in front of a Jupiter 8 again, or an ABX 8, and then after a while, after 50 years of doing that sort of stuff, you just get blasé about it. You say, well, just give me an XYZ and just I'll put it into the mix, and then if someone gets persnickety about it, I'll tell them what it is. But I don't think. I think there's a lot of posing, I guess it is, with the new machines. People like the new machine and they like being cool because they've got one. And there's a bit of a club that forms around some of the new technology that maybe gives it an aura that it maybe doesn't deserve. And
I've had this chat. I think I might have had. I mean, I used to have chats like this in the pub years ago, but I think I did actually have this chat with Kent where, Kent, you actually said this. I said, how is it that certain people have become just known for an instrument? And the simple answer was, you said Vangelis. You said probably because it's whoever gets there first
Yeah.
and actually puts something down,
Put
because
it out. Yeah.
yeah, it's back in the day, musicians mostly had the chops, I mean, Vangelis isn't classically trained, but he had years and years of being able to play really well on the piano, and then organ, he was an Aphrodite's child, and then he went solo. So it wasn't like he suddenly just bought this and everyone said, oh, wow, this prodigal talent. He'd had years in the business, but when he found it, he found a voice that he could connect with. And he obviously had more than one. So, and he got there first in terms of getting, a lot of really good use out of it. He had a good engineer in Nemo Studios. So he was always recording. He probably hardly slept. And everybody else was sort of using it. It's like Landscape had a CS80. And you can hear it on, the Hellos of Uranus. It's on various tracks, but it's as far removed from Vangelis's use as you can get. It's on Kids in America. It's the bass.
Springsteen had one.
Yeah.
There you go. See? So whoever's known for, it's like, in the same way Vince Clarke is always known for Oberheim Expander. And if you're familiar with that, and I remember I wanted one for years because I used to hear it on so many of his records. But, as luck would have it, by the time I thought, oh, right now I finally get one, they were over $4,000. And I thought, and Kent actually said, Shake, don't buy it. They've got this problem, this problem, this problem, and this problem. And then when the displays go, what are you going to do? And I sat back and thought, fuck.
Yeah.
Well,
at least back then I think you can get replacement displays now, but even so.
Yeah, but Kent, they're over $10,000.
Yeah, but even now, I think it's the SEM 3372s or 74s. I can't remember which it is.
So one of the
rocking horse shit. You can't get them.
See?
And there's 6 of them in there. Good luck. So
George from UDO is using those vacuum screens on the new one.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Domino.
Yeah.
But he said, he had to work with a particular manufacturer to get that
get it specifically to work. Yeah.
So everybody wanted UDO to make sense with screens, and what does he do? He actually picks a screen which is probably not great for long-term reliability. So
the thing is, only time will tell if something is good for long-term reliability.
Yeah.
Even the manufacturers didn't know, they didn't know about that. Roland didn't know about that red glue on the JDs.
Oh,
Korg,
I was off on the JD.
Korg didn't know about the NECAD battery in the Poly 6.
Yeah.
Turi didn't know about their sticky knobs.
Yep.
But yeah, there you go.
Zoom had the H6 with the sticky out too. There's a lot of stuff that degrades over time.
Electron used those sticky, perishable rubber knobs on everything.
Oh, that rubber was everywhere. Yeah.
Oh, Cole didn't know about the Quadra. Go, let's mount the battery on the CPU board underneath. What could go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah.
Moog didn't know, or Moog didn't. I don't know. I speculate as to why the memory Moog ended up with such a shit power supply.
Yeah. Well,
the memory Moog, every memory mode I used, the old ones. I mean, I remember there was the one that burst into flames internally, and then there was another one that was always overheating. And I remember thinking, why? There's a massive heat sink on the back. What isn't working now?
Well, it didn't work in the poly mode. So they thought it'd be a good idea to put it in the memory mode. It's identical power supply.
They save money on R&D, that's for sure.
Yeah. And they're a pain in the arse in the poly modes. And I thought, no, it'd be all right in the memory mode, though, wouldn't it?
Oh,
Ken, how many
no problem.
How many of Rudy's memory modes are still in service?
God. I mean,
Half of one.
I've restored, God, 30 odd easy.
They're the ones to get, and I remember for years looking for one of them as well.
Well, this is the thing. When I started doing, when people started getting serious about getting their memory modes restored, I offered a service where I would get them to be as stable as a lamb.
In fact,
And they
you
go-
actually
and they
rang
go-
me.
Yeah, and they go, fuck it, yeah, go for it, mate. I'll have that.
You rang me. This is a long time ago. This is probably, I don't know, 2010 maybe. So I said, Ken, if someone brings in a land memory mode, because I remember talking to you about it. You said if you want one, get one that Rudy's basically redone.
Yeah,
But you said, bear in mind, it's not really a memory mode. I said, it's going to have the same thing. You said, yeah, it's there in terms of the sound, but some of the quirks that made the memory mode what it was will be ironed out. And I
yeah,
thought, I want one. And I said to you, look, if you know someone who wants to get, and then you told me, but then you did say that the guy's probably going to want about $4,500 for it then.
yeah.
And I remember thinking,
Plus
no.
shipping it there and getting it back.
Right.
It's a lot. It is a lot of money to get them lambed.
It was
I mean,
shocking.
It's the same with this chappie now is it somewhere in Northern Europe, who will do the equivalent of a lamb on a CS80. And he puts
Wow.
all digital keyboard controllers in it and all that sort of thing, right? Instead of because the YM600 series chips are forget it, So when they go, that's a dead 80, And he's offering this service and all these, updating the voicing cards
Cost?
and all this sort of thing. Oh,
What's the cost?
fucking tons, mate. But it became viable when CS80 started hitting 50k. The problem is, because I mean, Richard said to me, he goes, why didn't you do something like that? I said, because the 80s are going to crash. They're going to come down. And they've started
But they
coming down
haven't.
in price.
Have-
They have.
Have they?
Jupiter rates, they're not commanding 25k anymore.
Good. Good.
They're falling away as well. And the 80s are coming down in price again. And everything's starting to relax. And things are starting to get sensible. And if you have a CS80 and you buy one from, I don't know, Vermeer auction, say next month, you might pick her up for, say, 18, for instance. Now, are you so keen on having a 20k upgrade done to it? If it's worth 18. If it's worth 54, you go, yeah, fuck it. Because if you've got 54k lying around to buy a fucking 80, you
Sure,
go,
you
yeah,
got another
I've got the 20k to throw on that as well and get her all sorted out. It'll be able to, it can also transmit as well as receive poly aftertouch in both multi-channel and MPE.
Who ended up with Aphex Twins GX1? Because I know you had it on sale.
I don't know.
Somebody must have bought it.
Probably Martin Offler, who's been going around buying up
yeah.
all sorts of bloody stuff.
Yeah, really.
It could have been Pete Townsend. He's got a lot of analog gear as well.
But
I
his
thought we
stuff's
already
all
had a
in
GX
Ealing.
one.
It's all in Ealing, in the museum there, not far from
Yeah.
Ealing Common. I used to work in Ealing, so I know the location. And,
West
But
London
the-
University.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
right, where Freddie Mercury went to school there. But the whole thing around this is that, the parts become unobtainium and the clones step in and do a reasonable job and suddenly the market softens. It's a simple economics thing. And unless you really have the capital to splash, I mean, the guy in Australia who's running synthtemple.com has got a lot of very, very nice pieces, and he tends to acquire them on the quiet and doesn't say too much. There are a few of my old pieces in that collection.
Right.
Trivial stuff, but yeah, so
How trivial? Like what? What's in there?
I'm not saying that's the private. No, look,
Taxman might be listening.
No, it was not at all. No, it was just simple like a Roland M1000 editor for a D50. I think that's there. A few little bits and pieces. The guy who owns it's a merchant banker, so he's going to have a bit of cash to splash.
To call him.
In fact, Robbie, there's a good example of a synth. The D50 actually had really good sounding outputs compared to all the other D range, maybe with the exception of the D70.
Yeah, but the D70 was a U20.
Was it?
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought the D70 was the flagship.
Oh no. No,
Possibly.
you can open it up, and Mike Metley told me this once in one of the chats that if you open up a D70, you'll see U50 in there. So it was an upgraded U20.
The D50 actually sounded incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Even when I come across one now. No, I mean, okay, I suppose you have to try to compartmentalize because it was used on so many things. Enya,
Oh yeah.
Erasure. I mean, everybody who was anybody in the 80s, in that time period. Again, it was a victim of overuse. But if you
Right.
put that aside, it was when you hear it, when you're playing it, even through the headphones, it sounds really good.
There's a reason the D50 sounds good, and the first one is
Get
Eric.
your pipes out.
Yeah, I was
Get
gonna
your
say
pipes out,
Eric-
Shaker.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
the other
no.
guy, the secret source is Adrian Scott, who's an Aussie guy who worked for Roland. And the reason that MIDI is such a good spec is because Adrian was using DCB and a couple of microcomposers with a couple of Jupiter 8s in a live setting where he had a group called the Bivocals. It was a two-man band, but he did all the drums, all of the stuff. It was all done with DCB, and he shook that down in a commercial setting for a good 2 years ahead of the MIDI spec being written. And he worked with Air Supply. He was Kylie Minogue's keyboard player, but he was with Kakahashi at some of the early meetings with Dave Smith and Tom Oberheimer, people like that. And we wouldn't have the MIDI spec in the form it is without some of Adrian's input. But yeah, he was also a good set of ears. The only time I really worked with Adrian, I knew him from his work in that group. I used to go along as a punter to watch it because he was just fantastic, and the sounds were amazing coming out of those synths. Two JP8s working side by side and a drum machine. It just sounded magic with a vocalist and a guitarist working as well. So that was fantastic. But when they released the Roland Digital Piano, he rang me and said, "Steve, I'm releasing the R1000."
Yeah, RD1000.
Sorry, whatever, RD1000. And the
I miss mine.
and the MKS20. I've got 3 MKS20s here, including one of the early serial numbers. But he got me to sit on stage and play with a jazz quartet on the piano while he walked the room and took orders. So that was the only time I ever really worked with Adrian. But lovely guy, but very, very clever musician, good arranger, good set of ears. But he used to be able to. He also did a lot of the early sounds on the sound canvas, I think, as well. That basic stock original set that was Roland's general MIDI sound layouts. He had a lot of input into that. So, there were good guys like Persing and Scott. Of course, they're going to get a good result on the D50 because those guys were beautiful sound designers. They were just, and of course, Omnisphere speaks for itself. Adrian doesn't have a product out, but he was a good, reliable working musician in Melbourne for many years and toured the world with various supergroups, and nothing was beyond him. If you wanted a sound, he would pull it, and he'd pull just about any sound from any synth you wanted in character and with the playing in character, whatever the cover was. So you had that cover musician mentality, plus a guy with amazing ears and really good chops. who knew enough about synthesizers and the digital side of things to be able to make it all work.
Yeah.
Ken, have you ever seen an MC8 in the field? Anyone ever bought one in for repair or?
I think, yeah, some time ago, if I remember rightly.
I don't think I've ever actually seen one. And I've always been curious as to if someone's still got one, why have they got it? What are they doing with it?
Yeah. I think I had an MC500 once.
I've had a go at an MC4 and it was very painful
Yeah.
using it and getting it to me. And to think Vince Clarke used it for years, you know, and then he put it away and then he dug it out again when he made Chorus. And then he even used it on tour. You know,
I think that's the other thing, that those early Roland sequences and the 808 drum machine had a certain imprecision in timing. There was a bit of a swagger to them, and they had a lilt. And in a mix, you kind of get the sense of more natural feel because it's not sitting exactly on the grid. It's sort of varying a little bit.
No, the whole point of the early MC sequences was that they were rock solid. Vince Clarke said that he switched back to the MC4 because when he used a scope, he said everything was exactly on the bar, on the beat. Whereas MIDI, everybody knows this, that MIDI, once you go beyond 2 using through, you start to get timing slop. You do get it.
Yeah, it's like one per device in that chain, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. It staggers everything just a tiny amount, but the more you have, that's why, I mean, the thing is, you can use through and merge boxes, which gets rid of a lot of it. And obviously now you can just USB straight in. So, but, you know, I can remember having rats and rats of gear and thinking, how many shall I do at once before it gets to the point where everything's just slopping? You know, something's lagging somewhere.
Yeah, I
And
always
you
had
can
it in
hear it.
here.
Yeah.
I always had it in here. That's why I got that Milo XL.
Yeah, the Mio XL.
Yeah.
I use
that
a
was-
Merge 20. I use a Kenton Merge 20 for everything, and that solves 90% of the problems.
I've got an MSB Plus. Who makes that? I think JL Cooper makes it.
And even to the extent that if I am driving something via USB, like a Behringer Selena unit, which doesn't accept 5-pin MIDI terribly cleanly off a Roland interface, which I found out in the early days, I use the USB.
How close is the Behringer Selena to an actual,
It's identical.
Selena?
I have
Is it?
I have an Eminence Selena in there, and I have a Behringer Selena as well, and they are absolutely identical. I can tell you that right now.
There is one significant difference, though.
You got the phaser on the Behringer.
When you pick up the Behringer one, a testicle doesn't pop out.
Oh, yeah. It's a little small stone to put with it, but
Yeah, because honest to God, carrying a Selena, Jesus Christ.
just give me a second, Kent. I've only got underwear on, but I think I can mask the damage. Give me 30 seconds.
Oh God, Selenas are so heavy.
Yeah.
That's actually, I'm quite surprised by that because I actually thought it was.
Well, I mean,
what-
the support bars. I mean, you've got this lovely wooden case, right?
Yeah.
But everything is actually mounted in a square steel metal frame. So you take the lid off, and the 4 screws at the bottom. You can lift the entire electronics and power supply out of the case, and there's nothing in the case at all, right? And it's all in this metal cage, and it weighs so much. It's unbelievable.
Was that because they
Here we go,
already
here he
designed
goes.
it with a? My God! Oh
Yeah.
Did you hear that popping sound?
yeah.
That was his left bollock just
Popping
That's
out. Yeah.
dropping into
There,
his
there we
slippers.
go. He'll be wearing those hernia
Look,
underpants.
It's going red.
Ken, Rich String Synth was allegedly the design was a rip-off of a British design. Some guy.
Oh,
made a
Ken
string
Freeman's
That's
string
it.
synth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Well, the rumor was again a manufacturing
The rumour.
rumor of it being messed with by some Japanese guys overnight when it was at the show.
But Nam, wasn't it?
I think it was Nam, yeah,
An early Nam show. Oh,
Yeah.
dear.
but that's according to Gordon. But
And before the GX1, wasn't there another mega Yamaha instrument in 1970?
No, 'cause
Not
they
There
that I
was
only
one.
know of.
they only started making synthesizers in '74.
yeah,
Is that right? I actually thought there
Yeah.
was a previous
Yeah.
instrument.
The SY1 and
It-
the SY2 were the first ones.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
were they? Okay.
yeah.
But they
And the
did have
first FM.
the Electone organ series prior to that.
Yeah.
If you're
Yeah.
if you're thinking, the Electone, and then the
Yeah,
other thing
that's
was
what
that-
I'm thinking. I think.
Oh yeah, I mean they did some mighty big organs. Some of the Electone flagships were like fucking gorgeous, and almost synthesizers in the way they were
That's probably
constructed.
what I think that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah.
in the same way that Thomas organs used to put the Moog satellite in the top manual and
Yeah,
sort of
exactly.
make
Yeah,
it- same idea.
Yeah.
there was
they were
one.
stretching that way. Yeah.
Well, there was one of the Electone organs. I cannot for the life of me to remember which it is, but it was
The D85 has basically a CS80 in it.
yeah, the D85. You could literally play Vangelis on it with ding, 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 you know.
Yeah, with a bossa nova rhythm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and but there was another one that had oh, what was it? Well, the rumor was it had oh, for fuck's sake, basically there was this other synth that wasn't made by Yamaha, essentially in this organ, to all intents and purposes. I'm trying for the life of me remember which one it was now. Yeah, but it'll come to me. But yeah. Oh, I reminded myself today, actually, Robbie. When I remember, I still have Steve Picaro's library.
Oh, well, the strips.
Yeah. What do you reckon the chances of finding a magnetic strip reader that works now?
To none.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so.
You
got
should
two
be
oaks,
able to
Bob Oak and
wand
no
them.
oak.
Yeah,
You should be able to wand them and at least get the digital information off. But
yeah.
how you get that to talk to a machine, I don't know. You
Yeah,
certainly
because
extract the
we've got
numbers,
this. Because I mean, he's got the GS library and his custom sounds as well. But
Speaking of companies, what happened to Gem Music? Are they still around? They did a few workstation
Not
things in the
any
90s.
more than I'm aware of.
well,
Actually,
they spent a long time, didn't they? They were gathering companies as well, weren't they? Gem were buying up all sorts of. Didn't they buy up Galanti?
or
I can't
Boozy
remember.
or
I do
something,
remember
yeah.
Gem. I remember Gem made some workstations in the 90s.
So yeah,
I
the
can remember
Equinox-
seeing them in the shops.
Yeah,
Well, Rick Wakeman used to use a gem live on stage for piano.
Yeah,
and
he used
so-
a Pro Mega 3.
Controller.
No, piano.
And what happened to the guy who made Spectralis? He made Spectralis. He made quite a few things. He's just gone quiet. And Ken Macbeth, what happened to him?
I think he went into he went into a bit of a downward spiral when his long-term girlfriend, stroke almost wife, had enough, and he went downhill fast because he was phoning me every day, be on the phone to me for 4 hours,
Oh,
you know, and I'm trying to sort of like cheer him up, which wasn't working, to be honest. And he was in a bad place, and then it all kind of just went very, very quiet after that. After a while, but I think Tom stepped in, didn't he? And he took that mantle as being one of those single, individual synth manufacturers in the UK.
oh right, yeah.
So I mean,
I kept
all
thinking
the,
Tom. And then I thought, oh right, Tom.
the
Carpenter.
analog, did all the analog solution stuff. Yeah,
I remember ringing you. I remember years ago, Analog Solutions hadn't been around that long. And I think it was, when he started making what looks like a SEM. I don't know what he.
Yeah,
Got the tele. It was even before the telemark.
Was
Well, I
it the
remember thinking,
Leipzig S?
or it was no. I think it might have just been called the Semblance
Oh, okay.
back then. So this is going back. This is actually, I think this is over 15 years ago. I can remember thinking, right, I've got about 18 tracks to do, and I was on my second or third Voyager. You know all about that, Kent. I'm not going to go into all that again. Basically, cut a long story short, I had a lot of problems getting a mode Voyager that worked properly. And I was on my third one, 1,000 apologies, and I thought, what, I could use some of that kind of sound. And I thought, where am I going to get that from? I thought, okay, this Semblance. And I actually rang the number, and he picked up, and he was really grumpy. And I remember saying, how much? And he goes, well, the price is on there. And so I go, all right, what if I bought two? He goes, well, I've only got one at the moment. You're going to have to wait. And he was... and I went, all right, I'll get back to you. And I thought, And then when I remember it, then...
This is quite typical of independent traders,
It was just, he wasn't having a good day. And I remember thinking, I think...
Well, it takes a lot of trying. It takes a lot of getting used to, because I know of a couple of people who, they're building stuff themselves and selling it direct and everything like that. And, it's all about the work sort of thing. It's all about the gear and all the rest of it.
In my head, I remember thinking,
The actual
make notes.
sales people person thing it's not really there.
Yeah.
You
And
know
I
what I
remember
mean?
thinking maybe I should have emailed first. It's just I remember, Kent, you know this, when I was having problems with the Voyager, in the end, I actually just rang Moog Music directly in America from a domestic landline. No special tariffs. And I was, through gritted teeth, I said, look, I want to speak to some, And in the end, I actually got through Adams, who was at the time the president. And when I told him my journey, I told him my journey, and I said, look, the shop are saying I'm going to have to wait 7 weeks, even though they've given me another one. It's got the same fault in it. And he goes, look, I'll sort this out. And he put me through to Amos Gaines, who used to work for Moog then. And he goes, look, can I send you this? I go, look, don't send me anything, please. I need this resolved, by you guys without me having to open it up and do all this. And I go, look, I've got a week to get this sorted because I've got this X, Y, Z job to do. And in the end, somehow, I skipped a massive queue. And somebody came on a motorbike, took my box and just gave me another box. And I've had that same Voyager ever since. And I remember thinking, well, that worked, Because normally I would never... Why would you want to ring a manufacturer? Do you know what I mean? And I think maybe it was the same mindset when I just thought, I'll just ring the guy who runs this Analog Solutions. But it was when he answered the phone, I thought,
But I think salespeople can be grumpy in small companies because they deal with every tosser under the sun.
He's doing everything,
And every tire kicker and time waster. And there are acronyms that they have in sales for those sort of people. So they call them floaters because they're top turds. So a top turd is a floater. And they also have another acronym which is BOFO, B-O-F-O, which is buy or F off. and there's another one when they start talking about finances. Cash up, no tickets is another acronym you can form. And there's a whole bunch of these that they use to describe the situation, because after dealing with Nigel and his 45-year story, I mean, I know I ramble on when I'm on livecast, which is why I don't come on very often. And I don't go on. I said to Robbie, I won't go on your show, and I knew only because I present terribly. But if you've worked in music sales,
put your shorts on, mate. It'll be all right.
There's nothing wrong with the shorts.
That will sell it. Honestly, it will sell it.
I wanted to sell Eminence. I held Eminence up, and I'm sure
have a load of surfboards behind you as well.
Eminence sales will just fly out the window. So, but yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, just being a one guy on a phone who's busily trying to solder up the next one so he can pay this food bill, and some of the guys on the phone saying, well, when I had a this and a that and the other, it didn't do that, but now this does that. And he's just sitting there shaking his head because...
Yeah, well, I've forgotten myself before now. I'm in the middle of getting something done. The phone goes, I pick it up, and this guy's phoning KSR for the first time. He goes, "Oh, I found your website and everything." I go, "Okay, yeah." He goes, "I've got a Profit 5 Rev 2. It's got seems to have a lot of problems." And I literally said, "Oh, fuck off, really?" I said to him. And he goes,
Actually,
What? I said, "No, me and Profit 5 Rev 2s, we have history." So
I've had the opposite experience recently. I don't know what else Gear News reports, Robbie, but there's a retailer, and they were quite big. It was Music Matter. They went into administration. And the reason I know this is because I actually bought a keyboard controller from them. It was a Novation, the Mark IV. Is it the SL Mark IV? It was one of them.
oh, you're the one.
Well, I bought one anyway. It was a 61 note.
Yeah.
And I remember when I was plugging it in, something wasn't right. And I checked everything twice, and then I just rang them up. I didn't even waste 24 hours. And he goes, and he was very polite, but I had to pay for the return shipping. I thought, fine, I'll pay the whatever it is, 28 quid or whatever to DHL.
Yeah.
And then a few days went by, and I thought, where's my refund? They acknowledged that they'd received it. And then another 4 days went by, and I just got this horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. I thought, what's happened here?
Mm-hmm.
And then I ran the credit card company. I go, I suspect that the retailer that I've used on this transaction may have gone out of business. If they have, I'd like to file a Section 75, which covers you for the loss, so that I don't have to fill in endless forms. There's a law in the UK that covers you, on a credit card purchase, but it's a minimum spend of £100, I think, and it goes up to 30,000. It covers you for a lot of things, and my guess proved right because they did an inquiry and they came back to me later on that day, and the fraud department said that I think your suspicions are correct, and we're going to basically refund you the money. And when I went online to their website, everything it said null void in the price options. And I thought, why hasn't this news been made common? Because then I got a letter from the administrator. And it's heartbreaking when you see the lists of names of people and then the amount that they're owed from this company that's now gone into receivership. There were people who'd made purchases of 5 figures. And I thought, oh my God, they're not going to see their money again.
Well, we got wind of what was going on because Jamie at GeoSynths, who's had a long relationship with Music Matter, in as much as they would loan him gear, he would do stuff for them. They'd had a relationship for a good number of years.
Yeah.
And he bought something, I can't remember what it was now. I'm sure somebody in the chat will remind me. He'd bought something and he decided to return it for whatever reason, but he was within his rights to return it. And they said to him, like you've just said, you're going to need to stump up the return into stock fee or whatever it was,
carriage and etc.
And Jamie's like,
rehandling, restocking fee,
hang on a minute. Yeah, it was Messenger. There you go.
Yeah.
He said, hang on a minute. We kind of have a thing, we've got a long-term relationship. And for the first time ever, because apparently he'd returned stuff to them before and it was never an issue. For the first time ever, your equivalent, and he phoned them up and he got to speak to someone. He described him, somebody with a Scouse accent, who just basically shouted him out down the phone. Yeah. No, I mean, it was properly fucking rude to Jamie. And Jamie's like, what the hell, what's going on? And so Jamie posted something on social media and said, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but something's not right. And then people started saying, oh, hang on a minute, we go on the website, they've got all this stock, but they've got all these items, but they're all showing zero stock.
Yeah.
And bells were deafening as to what was going on. Of course, that that happened, and it wasn't long after bloody PMT did the same. But
Did you guys report it? No, PMT did it before them.
that was
PMT
after.
were earlier. Was it? I
Yeah,
went to a
PMT was
branch of
after.
PMT. I went to a branch of PMT last year because I was looking for the new Montage M's. And even now, the odd thing is, the reason I mention retailers is because you make an inquiry and some of them just keep pestering you. You know, they'll just
desperate for business, aren't they?
yeah, the ones who do, they're desperate for business. So that's why when this Music Matter thing happened, I thought, I wonder if the online guys have reported it.
I don't believe we reported it.
No.
If we did, it would have probably dropped into one of our kind of sort of gather all, collects up the smaller stories that are kind of more relevant. We do this thing every week called Synth Journal, and we all take turns in writing it, and it's just the kind of the smaller, maybe not so big items. So I think we might have made mention of PMT. I'm not entirely sure if we made mention.
PMT you did mention. No, Music Matter didn't get mentioned anywhere, and I thought,
because on the grand scale, I mean, if you look at sort of like the hierarchy of music technology retailers in the UK, not that there's any really, I think, apart from Andertons. Left. You've got your Andertons, you've got your GACs, of course. GAC gone. You've got your PMTs, they've gone. Dawson's gone. Music Matter gone. DV2.
Gear for Music. Gear for Music.
Oh, Gear for Music. Yeah.
PMT.
Yeah.
They bought PMT out.
Yeah,
it's on their website.
They didn't buy them out. They just bought their stock at a fucking criminally low price. That's what Gear for Music did that with GAC as well. They just went in and said, we don't want any of your shops. We don't want any of your staff.
We just want the stuff.
We'll have your stock at like 3/4 of the price, 75% off. We'll take that off you. It's
on bread.
Apparently, all that stuff that Korg was selling off at the London Music Show was ex-bankruptcy stock. Hence why they could sell a Wavestate SE Platinum for
500 quid.
500 something quid, down from 2,099.
Which is insane. I mean, $2,000 for that is just mad anyway. But 500 is,
Dawson's is back, but only on Denmark Street.
They've got one shop on Denmark Street. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's the same. I think it's just the name that's been carried over.
I think there's a lot. I mean, Andertons, I think, are very lucky, but primarily they were a guitar retailer and still are. And everybody wants to be in a rock and roll band. Always.
Argent's gone.
Oh God, yeah, they went fucking years ago.
I can't remember.
I can remember when you mentioned Argent, it reminded me of Turnkey.
Was still around when they went. Yeah,
Turnkey,
Turnkey had all the System 100Ms and all the Jupiter 8s. I can remember when the Jupiter 8 was 800 quid, and I thought, no, I'll get the 2600 instead. And then when I got the 2600, I thought, why did I buy this? It doesn't even work properly. Help!
I used to read the old Soho Soundhouse and then later on Turnkey catalogues that used to get stuffed in the middle of Sound on Sound.
That's right.
And you'd
and also Future Music.
Yeah. And you'd read through these catalogues and go, oh my God, look at the price. Oh, that's amazing. What is this? This place must be like heaven. And then eventually, after many years of reading these things, I went to London and found, by that time it was Turnkey. And it wasn't quite as impressive as I thought it might
be.
But a lot of the similarly, it was way better than what we had here in East Anglia. So, it was...
I remember right back in the day, and there was it was a friend of mine, Michael Wood, his name was. Don't know where the hell he is now. He goes, there's a hi-fi shop having a closing down sale. I went, oh okay. He said it's on Sunday. He said, I'll pick you up and everything like that. I went, yeah, okay, all ready for you. And he said, but bear in mind, he says it's in Catford, I think it was, and it was a hi-fi shop. It was in a private street, loads of semis, and then there was this corner shop. Would have been a sweet shop type of thing, but it was a hi-fi shop. He said it's closing down. He said they were advertising that they were having this closing down sale in Loot, I think it was. No, not Loot, Melody Maker or something like that. I went, okay. I said, there's a couple of things I'd like if they got them. So I got what few pennies I had, and he turned up here at, I think it was something like about 4:30 in the morning, on Sunday morning. So we loaded into his Mini, and we went up to this place in fucking back of nowhere, and he took out the two little, like you, Rob. He took out two little camping chairs on the pavement, and there was just a queue of us outside the door of this hi-fi shop that
What
was
did
going
you
to
buy?
open. What? I tell you what, I shouldn't have bothered going. Do you know what I bought? Very, very cheap,
No.
mind. A sharp vertical turntable,
Oh, wow.
and yes,
Are they the
it's
ones
true.
where the tracking used to go? The tracking used to go on them.
Yes, the tracking would go, but also, yes, it's true. They did warp your vinyls.
Oh, my God.
By the way,
paid.
plural of vinyl is vinyl.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it?
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, in that
It's
case,
like-
would you be so kind as to sprinkle a little bit of fuck off on that? just to give it,
It's
just
one
to
of
give
my
it
pet
flavour.
peeves. People go and say, "Oh yeah, I've got a really great collection of vinyls." I said, "No, you haven't."
Yeah, no, yes. Actually, now you come to mention it, yes,
It's
the
like, what's the
plural of
plural of
vinyl
sheep?
is vinyl. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Mice,
don't say
mice,
sheeps, do you?
Yeah.
It's like you're not supposed to say actress. All actors are actors.
Actors, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Because I remember
because
there
the
was a friend of
profession
mine.
is acting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no actress.
Yeah, Legos.
Because I always.
That's another one.
Yeah.
Legos, yeah.
Yeah, it's Lego.
Plural of Legos, Lego.
Exactly.
But you only have to stand on one, don't you, really?
Yeah, and then it can be anything you fucking like.
Yeah, all sorts of words beginning with C and F and
It's like when you stand
Right.
on Thunderbird 4, and when you stand on Thunderbird 4, it emits a certain sound that you don't hear any other time.
yeah, because Thunderbird 2 doesn't hurt as much.
No,
It's
it
round,
doesn't.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's rounded off, and even its aerofoils are nice and smooth. But Thunderbird 4 has that thin on the back.
And that's the one that gets you. That's all every time.
I always
Right,
wanted the
I'm leaving
Thunderbird
before
3.
All right, shall I go?
Yeah.
All right, babe.
I'm leaving before I turn into a pumpkin or a plumber, according to someone in the chat. See ya.
See you later, babe. That was good, Sing Shake. I haven't seen Shake for donkeys.
No, it's in for ages.
He hasn't been down for ages.
He always leaves comments on like my gear news stuff.
Yeah.
and they're really good comments. They're like positive, engaging. Unlike some of the some of the comments we get on the gear news stuff is unreal.
My mum used to love him. Any excuse to give him a hug. when he was here.
Bless him.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
I was just looking through the Vemia catalogue. I see Jem has finally now decided again to sell his Fairlight. It's got a good starting price though, $9,950, and it's the Brad Fiedel one, the one that survived, because the other one,
Yeah.
there were two Brad Fiedel Fairlight Series 3s that were used on Terminator amongst other things, or Terminator 2. And they both sold, one to a guy in America in California and one to Jem. And the one in California unfortunately succumbed to the California wildfires last year.
Oops.
Yeah, along with Bob Clearmountain.
A lot of
Studio
California.
yeah, most of California.
Yeah.
The Clear Mountain thing was terrible. It was just such a sad loss.
But,
'cause he was-
but have you seen what they've done?
No?
They've rebuilt his. They've rebuilt his studio. They sourced all the stuff that he had, and apparently they even got people that had worked for SSL and had retired came out of retirement to make the modifications on his desk that he'd had on the original one.
Bloody hell.
And Tom Lord, Algie, and his what's the other one? There's the two brothers, isn't there? There's Tom and
Chris.
That's it.
Chris, yeah.
They donated loads of shit as well. Yeah.
Because I suppose,
So-
half Clear Mountain stuff, he said in an interview, wasn't working properly, so maybe they fixed that for him too.
Quite
Yeah.
possibly, yeah. Handy,
But,
wasn't it?
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I once got offered, and you don't see that in Australia's a backwater, and we're full of pointy-headed cretins like myself,
And things that want to kill you. Yeah.
and things that want to kill you. So I went out to this place, and I had to drive about 2 hours out of Melbourne to go. It's a bit like driving from London to York. So
Yeah.
drive to go. And I went to this place. It was on the side of a road. You couldn't. It was this house. And I went in the house. It was a bit dubious, and I was going to buy a TX816, which I still have, and I'm just about to sell. But I've just sold actually. But I bought that, and when I got there, he said, "Oh, you don't want a Synclavier, do you?" And I said, "What?" And he said, "Yeah, come in here." So he's taken me to this room, and there's a full-scale Synclavier, and it had the CPU and power supply, and it was the size of a refrigerator. No joke.
Yeah.
It was just huge.
Yeah.
And he said, "You can take this if you want for $3,000." And I thought, I'm never going to get an offer to buy a Synclavier for $3,000. And he had all of the Star Wars libraries on it. So all the sounds that were in Terminator and in other things, he obviously had lifted those and put them on there. And I played it for half an hour, and it was an amazing experience. But I couldn't have fitted that device into my car or transported it, nor did I have anywhere to put it when I got home. So I sort of had to forsake that opportunity. But but that was a bit of an event. So you never see shit like that in Australia. I knew the guys who had Fairlights here were fairly nominal. I know Ivor Davies had one. Beckerman, who had beds, Danny Beckerman had one. I think the guy who did Whispering Jack, David Hirschfelder, did.
Yeah,
Fairlight.
David did, yeah.
And there are a few others kicking around in Sydney, which I didn't know about. But they were scarce on the ground. There obviously weren't too many made, and a lot of them went overseas.
Must have been quite a few out there then, because the one Synclavier that I had here was Liam Gallagher's. No, Noel Gallagher's. I beg your pardon. Noel Gallagher's one. And when I opened her up to try and work out what the hell was wrong with her, because I thought it'd probably be power supply, and I opened her up, and there was a corpse in it of this fucking great big spider. And my sister, who was she's mad on arachnids, she really is, and she looked at it and she goes, "I think that is a speckled sand spider." So she looked it up, and the closest thing it was to a speckled sand spider, which apparently is one of your locals, I believe.
Yeah, we have creations such as that. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was quite a big female. Apparently, I think the females are much bigger than the males, sort of thing. And and I pulled it out with a screwdriver, still with like lots of web around it, and it was like, but it was crisp. It died a long time ago, but it looked like it had walked across the power supply and might have shorted a few things while the thing was on. Yeah, and there was must have been a little bit of frying going on. And basically it was he had bought it, and he said it didn't work. I said, well, I'll have a look at it and see what I can find out. And I replaced a couple of fuses in it, and boom, up she fired. The one thing I couldn't do was test it, because I looked at that front panel and went, I haven't got a fucking clue what I'm supposed to do with this at all. So, yeah.
Yeah, interesting times. Yeah, we don't see a lot of premium stuff here. There was I think it was a GX1 Yamaha organ that was bought out of Frankston for 10,000 Australian dollars. That's the other thing, the prices here. You were talking about the cost of CS80s and rates and stuff, and you're quoting it and plus mods, you're about 40k. Well, that's $100,000 Australian. That's a lot of money. To earn post-tax. You've got to work for a couple of years in most jobs to get anywhere close to that. And a house will cost you $1 million. So the cost of those machines was just phenomenal. And they were very rare on the ground. They were ordered in, especially for someone who had paid for them.
Yeah.
But most of us were stuck with cheapo Roland and Korg gear, and occasionally, you wanted a sample of Mirage. I saw one Polymoog in the store here in Dynasound in Swanston Street, Melbourne, and it was there for many years.
Yeah.
and it was always had the lid open and some tech inside it trying to fix something.
Yeah.
And so the reliability wasn't good straight out of the box even.
They never were. They never were.
A great concept, but I never really liked the sound either. I used to think they sounded, I mean, obviously they were filtered to sound a certain way, but
Yeah.
they always sounded a bit thin and trebly to me, and a bit
Yes,
more
they are.
bit more string machine than Oberheim or Yamaha CSA.
Oh no,
which
they
would-
are technically, string machines.
Yeah, so it's very interesting.
Divided, single filter. So
Single oscillator, the double
yeah,
oscillator.
so clang, with each key you press. So it's always better to just play chords like that, or individual notes, but don't do that because it goes ding 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 like that. They were basically a power supply that wasn't man enough to run them, and that just caused loads of problems all over the system. So, my one, when it was set up in the studio, I'd restored it, and it was a happy girl. I go, yeah. Carried it up into the studio, set her all up, and after using her for probably about 3-4 weeks, I was sitting there playing it, and suddenly, no sound, lights flickered, and then all this smoke started pouring out of the filter cutoff slider. Big plume of smoke, and then it just went boom, went dead quiet. But they make a hell of a lot of noise. The noise on the audio out is phenomenal.
Yeah,
You have to gate them if you to hell, or if you EQ them to get all that noise out, you've got to do the top and the bottom because it hums as well as hisses. Yeah. And then what you're left with is just very narrow band of sort of like not very pleasant sound. It's fucking nightmare thing. It really is.
well, I remember there were two albums that featured Polymoog a lot. From Yes, there was Going for the One and Yes Tormato.
Yeah.
And all of the sounds were sort of harpsichordy or stringy, but really, really high. And there was no guts to the overall synth sound at all. There was no weight in it.
Yeah.
It was all dexterity and twinkles. Fantastic playing and good use of the synth in that context, but it wasn't a very gratifying or variable
I think
sound.
the only people that really used a Polymoog with success that I know of would be New Music. They managed to really make the Polymoog sing proper. But I hate to think about how much processing they had to do between the synth and the desk, if you know what I mean. And it was literally their central synth. It was most of their backing was on the Polymoogs.
We were talking about Wendy Carlos earlier. One of the well-tempered clavier preludes she released on Switched On Bark, I'm sure she recorded at half speed and then sped it up later so that she could get all the things. It sounds like Chipmunks. It's quite different to any other Moog sound I've heard.
Yeah.
So there are all these tricks between the conception and the delivery.
Yeah. It was like we were saying earlier about the Vox Humana preset. I mean, it's... Oi, oi, oi.
I reckon you can get that on a PE1000. The one thing I had on my list to try later, actually go out and see what I need in terms of effects pedals and a standard synth.
It should be relatively easy to recreate the actual tone. But like I said, it's that slight modulation that's on it, and obviously but it's a really shallow wave on it, very shallow. I think there actually might be two of them out of sync with each other. That'll do the job. That'll do it.
So yeah, you just this is my dumbass Australian mentality is to say, well, I get an X and I put that on it and that on it and I get close to where I've got to be.
Yeah, you'll get there. Yeah, you can get there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but just add in the elements as and where necessary.
And then try suck it and see, and then see if you can get away with 2 pedals instead of 3, because that saves you a power supply and an extra cable sort of thing. But it was all about that the whole mentality that I had when I was growing up was I never could afford. Everyone else had Roland synthesizers, and I had an old Korg, and it's like I'm already out of the club.
Yeah.
Everyone's telling me how good this and that and the other thing are, and I always had to make do. And then I bought two DX7s to use with the big band, but the sine waves disappear behind the brass form amp, and the brass waveforms completely mask whatever you do on the DX7. So I had to take those back to the shop, and I got a digital piano which came out subsequently in '85, and that was the solution I needed. But we were into improvising whatever we could use. Before that, I'd used a clavinet with the band because at least it was sort of.
Well, I never owned a Roland until D50. I was always going for the slightly cheaper, more weird on the outskirts stuff.
Yeah, I got a sound canvas. Was my first Roland ever.
Yeah.
Me too. Still got it.
What mine was? I think mine was the
SC88.
JV80.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're beautiful. But the whole, and then I got an XV3080, and I thought I was made. That thing I could use in the orchestra pit and do just about anything.
Yeah.
And it was reliable, and I think that's the other thing too, that if you're a working musician, you look for reliability. It's not always about the bells and whistles.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you may not.
Yeah, well, I was all about either kit synths, very very old worn out Korgs or Yamahas, and stuff like that, and was quite happy with all of that right up until Ensoniq happened,
The
and then
Mirage.
all hell broke loose, and it was the Mirage, then it was the
Mirage, the
ESQ1, the DP1, the
And
VFX,
while you've got
VFX,
and so forth.
The ESP,
And I had them all,
TS10.
in a big rack, and
Yeah.
loved them.
Yeah, no, you sort of
Loved
get
them.
that sense of. I suppose. Sorry, my first Roland might have been the RSO9, and in about 1980, and then the 1985 was the sound canvas that I purchased. But yeah, we kind of you had to make do, and I think that's the whole point of synthesizer playing. If you haven't got an X that you need, or you have to go back and try to rebuild that sound.
Get
somehow.
around it, yeah.
Yeah.
And then and there are some things you can't substitute adequately and get the same sound. And obviously mini Moogs until recently weren't clonable. There are a few attempts. The SE1 was close. There are a few other little beasties like the
Behringer.
Vermona and that. Yeah, they had. But before the Behringer, I'm talking about in 1985. How do you?
Oh,
how do you
the
emulate a
Studio
Minimoog?
Electronics one. Yeah.
Well, I've got two SE1s here, and they're quite good, but they've got 4-stage filters on them, and they tune reliably. So those things, but they don't have quite the same character,
No, yeah.
Going down that path and trying to work out how Carlos had done it.
Well, it's the same with that CS80 clone, wasn't it? The what was it called?
Deckard's Dream.
Deckard's Dream, yeah.
I've got one of those here. I still like them, but they're not.
Oh yeah,
they're
but
not
it's
the same device.
no, it's not the same. And the ring mod, bless them, it's still not right.
I've got the add-on that has the ring mod in it, but no, that's not the indication. I mean, and yes, I do it because I can get half erect from a Deckard's Dream, but you get the full experience from a CS80. But I can't afford one of those, and I won't find one in working condition, and I won't be able to find a tech to actually fix it without spending twice as much again. So the economics of it are just defeating.
Yeah, this is it. Plus, you can move, like I said, you can move it from room to room without a testicle popping out.
Yeah, there you go.
Which is otherwise it's a deal breaker, isn't it? Really.
Well, and you're right about the Salinas. They are quite heavy. They're not as heavy as some. The Nautilus is pretty fucking heavy. The OBX8 is pretty fucking heavy. But I tended to go for lightweight gear, so I had instead of getting the RD1000, I had the MKS20 module plugged into an MKB300, which could fit across the back seat of the car. So in a case, so that was the criteria for if it fitted in the car across the back seat, that I could reliably use it. So I never did 88 notes.
I seem to remember though, early 80s, I always had this perception of Roland. It was the Rolls Royce of synths. It felt like that. Do you know what I mean?
Sorry. Oh, well, no, sorry, the Jupiter 8 gave it that sheen, and the Jupiter
Yeah,
4.
that kind of. But even the way the Jupiter 4 was built, and its presence, and obviously the modular stuff like the System 100 and the 100M.
Yeah, that was always professional. And the rec gear. They had certain
Yeah,
rec gear,
yeah.
like the SPV 355 and the vocoder and all of that
Yeah.
stuff.
Because it was definitely a
EQ
case
on
that during at least the first 5 years of the 80s, it's like, oh, he's got a Roland. Ooh, flash bastard, that kind of thing. While we were rooting around with our gems and our eminence and and stuff and trying to make it work in kind of the same sort of way,
The other thing was that invariably you're in a bad club with a bad sound system and a bad sound engineer and with a band full of pickup gentlemen, and it wasn't going to ever hit the mark anyway, so an approximation was perfectly acceptable.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so if we had a string sound that sounded vaguely like a string
Vaguely string, yeah.
it didn't matter that we were wide of the mark, or that it wasn't the ARP Omni sound we wanted, or the Mellotron sound we wanted, or the sampler emulator sound we wanted, but we just used what we could grab,
Yeah, because even then the Junos, the Juno 60 was still a few quid.
Oh, they were expensive.
On
a
the
bit
shelf.
more expensive than the Korgs. But the other thing was that I always found that you had 56 memory slots in a Juno 60, and I couldn't find enough differentiated sounds to put all of them in. There were so few slider controls that changed the sound that really, it probably was good at 8 sounds, and then you could have variations of those.
Yeah,
and that was enough for most settings, and it had a thick, gooey presence in the mix that blended with most things readily. So that was, and you used it the same way you might use a Rhodes, which would also glue into a mix quite readily and not get in the way.
But even when the Juno 6 hit, and you look at it on the shelf and you go, no, I can't afford that either. It's like,
they were about 1,800 quid here, and that was a lot of money for us.
And they go, oh, what you got at the second hand, mate? You go, we've got this. I can't even pronounce the name of that. What is it? It's a polybox or something like that, Oh, okay.
Yeah, look, the other thing was that when we were young, you could almost collect the set, but after that, there were so many on the market now, and I just watch all the stuff go through to the keeper. I don't. I just say, look, after my 6th string machine, I don't need another flipping string machine. I get the ones I really, really love. And I don't have many samplers that I use. Well, I've got samplers, but I don't tend to use them because that was never the art of the exercise. The art was having a machine that didn't do what you wanted and then coaxing it somewhere close just by fiddling with it and using effects and stuff. So, and I was doing mostly session work or covers band. Well, with a session, you walk in and there'd be a piano mic'd up in the studio. And you walk straight in and just all you have to do is dig the dots. And that was enough. And then if you play synth on a thing, they say, oh, we want an explosion here. So you go out to the car and you pull the Odyssey in and dial up the pink noise and filter it a bit, so give it some reverb, and bang, you'd hit it and it would make the explosion sound. Or you'd get asked to do a piano accordion, or you'd asked to get harmonica or whatever, and you were asked to do specific sounds. But like I was on a session for a film called Heartbreak High. It was an Australian B-list movie that never quite made it to cinemas. It was, I think, shown on TV a couple of times. And I get into the session, they say, Steve, we want a balalaika. And there's no guitar player in the studio. A balalaika. Okay, so they had it might have been a Mirage or something similar. And I've dialed up a Stratocaster patch or whatever. And just by playing it really fast like that and trilling chords really quickly, it sounded like the plucking of a balalaika sort of thing, and I got away with it. So while they're dancing on the roof to the bouzouki, it was Steve doing that in the studio, and we'd fake all sorts of shit. It's like, oh, we want a tack piano. Can you give us a tack piano? And I said, well, you've got an acoustic there. How in tune is it? Oh, not really, but we want it really really crispy. I said, okay. And I went and got a foolscap pad, and you'd tear pages off the foolscap pad, and you'd hang it in front of the hammers and the strings, and it would vibrate as you hit the keys and give you that rinky-tink, honky-tonk Mrs. Mills thing. So we would do stuff that was necessary to get the sound, you know.
Yeah.
And then on the Romper Stomper score, they wanted a high string line. And the strings, it was ironically, on the Romper Stomper Nazi skinhead movie with Russell Crowe, it was one of his breakout roles. There was they wanted a string section, and they got an all Jewish string section. And as the string players are all guys who still had the numbers tattooed on their arms, and they went into the string booth, and Simon, the guitar player, said, "It's only a shower." It's like, oh no.
God.
Black humour. But no, they did that. They're used to playing vibrato, but we used non-vibrato strings, which sounds really eerie. It's sort of that Hitchcock high strings, no vibrato. And then we put the RS09 in with it, and it gave you that sort of plastic, slightly threatening sonority. And that was how we made that happen in the studio. But it's all requested on the moment. You know, it's like, oh, can you do this for us? Or can you do that? Or we need to do something. So you'd end up improvising all sorts of stuff, you know, like they wanted a Carlos Santana lead break on something.
Yeah.
This is back in the early 80s. And I got a clavinet and an amplifier sitting right on with the speaker right over the clavinet, and a Roland DS1 distortion pedal or a tube screamer or something.
Yeah.
And I jacked up the amplifier until the clavinet fed back, because the clavinet's got 60 guitar strings in it. And I found that if I really leant hard into the clavinet keyboard, I could bend the string.
Yeah.
With the hammer would actually force it up.
Push down,
so I was able to do, with a bit of reverb and a guitar amp setting and a distortion pedal and a clavinet, you could simulate a guitar. So you get asked for all this wacky stuff during the sessions, and you just have to find a solution.
Yeah.
And that was the art of it all. You know, people wanted certain sounds. Like they wanted a certain bass line, like a synthesized pulse bass line or something it was like a Rocky. They said, we want this to be like Rocky 4. We want the synthesized, like Jan Hammer bass line type idea.
Yeah.
And all I had was an Odyssey, so I used the AR gate repeat on the Odyssey. I just hit it, it went dong 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 dong, like Chariots of Fire sort of stuff. And that was how you did it. So you just made up the noises on the session as you went, you know, and then if they wanted something different, you'd improvise a solution. But yeah, so these, when you go back to the concept of earlier of these all-in-one boxes like the Nautilus or the Mod X or the whatever it might be, Montage, you're basically buying a box that has 2,000 usable presets in it. And even if you just stick to the presets, there's a high likelihood you'll find something that will approximate roughly what you need. And then you can vary that to taste. But when you go into a studio, you're not worried about polyphonic aftertouch. In fact, they would rather you had a really even sound coming out of the keyboard than have it dynamically variable or aftertouch variable, because often you're just playing a piano part. When we did the ARP at 100 soundtrack, the piano sound, I got a Nautilus and took all of the dynamics off it because I was playing Chopin. And I've got tiny hands, so the leaps of Chopin
You're not
left
playing
hand.
Rachmaninoff with those hands. Forget it.
Yeah, I can't play.
Not even with
Brahms. Brahms, I can't even get close because I can't do a tenth. So I was playing Opus 39, the Chopin thing, and I took all of the dynamics out of it so that, and I put a bit of reverb on it just to give it the sustain on it, because the sustain pedal was actually clouding everything too much. It's a very, very particular style playing Chopin, and I'm not a Chopin player. I'm not a great classical player at all, but playing it was a case of you give yourself the unfair advantage and remove all the polyphonic aftertouch and remove all of the dynamics and just because it's a bed for a freaking voiceover. You know, they want something vaguely playing in the background, but they don't give a shit what you play, and so you just provide them. You know, they had the request. And it was the night before the stuff was due, and I got the request through saying, "Oh, I'd love some Chopin piano." And I said, "Well, which one do you want?" Dreading the moment, and I thought, well, I've got copyright issues perhaps, so I got the recently discovered Chopin work, or suspected to be Chopin, and played that, and that didn't really hit the mark. So had a few dissonances in it that weren't quite good behind a bed. Then I picked up Opus 39, the Nocturne, and I played that, and that was adequate for the task. So you have all these situations where you're coming at a problem and you maybe don't need all the functionality that a Mod X can offer. You know, you really just want a basic patch that's going to cover the territory in a reliable way without intruding or, you know, it's not a bloody feature. You are wallpaper music. If I walk into a club and play at a restaurant or something, I'm wallpaper music. I just need to be even in the background, melodic, diatonic, and unobtrusive. And so you're not looking for more dynamics, you're looking for less.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
But it's a different mindset to what people want. What people want at the studio and in terms of expressive keyboards and that. Yes, I understand all that. But I don't think I would attain... I've got the polyphonic aftertouch on the Isonant, which is the JP8 clone. I've got it on the Descartes Dream. I've got it on the Xerxes. I've got polyphonic aftertouch keyboards. I think one of them I took apart on the phone with you one day, Kent. You know, took an aftertouch keyboard apart to see what it was doing and see if there were any parts you could use. But the whole paradigm of recording dots for soundtracks or doing live gigs is a different paradigm to sitting in the studio and noodling on a set that is going to give you some sort of evocative feedback whereby your performance improves with the functionality of the keyboard.
Yeah.
But there are some dead shit Australian players who don't have the propensity to make polyphonic aftertouch a real feature. I'm just going to make it sound like crap. So I turn it off.
Yeah.
And a different mindset, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
after 50 years of playing in pits and playing in restaurants and playing with big bands and doing sessions, the fewer variables, the better sometimes, you know. You have the piano sound you go for and you're happy with that, you know. I had a problem. I really loved the piano, the P35 Yamaha piano, the digital piano.
Yeah.
Wonderful device and cheap.
Yeah.
It had proper 5-pin MIDI plugs on it. So, okay, we're on 3 counts. So I like the sound of it. So I've gone to wire it into a MIDI sequence. And it accepts MIDI on all channels. So you either do a separate interface to actually address it, like a USB MIDI interface, or I got a little MIDI solutions box and filtered out all but channel 7 on it, and then played in their part on channel 7 only. The filter, so the piano effectively only listened on one channel, so it wasn't in omni mode all the time.
Yeah.
So you get all these are all problems you get that you overcome with whatever devious means. You don't have time to think about it. You just got to get the problem solved and get on with the recording. You know, so and 90% of the problem you have on a session is between here and here. You know, your mindset's got to be right, the hand coordination's got to be right. You've got to persist with delivering what they want in a hurry, and you've got to work fast. Most of the sessions I did, you had 2 passes on any track. So you get a full conductor score for something, and you get one pass for level and 1 pass for finish, and that's it. And we used to do that time and time again. You'd go into a studio with 20 players and you'd be out 10 minutes later, you know.
Yeah.
It was like that. It was that sort of pressure cooker thing. But yeah, I didn't need polyphonic aftertouch to cut those gigs. I needed something that was reliable and something that was consistent, and something that, if anything, was a little bit bland and mundane.
Yeah.
I'd still be bringing the M8X. For one important reason. Well, for one important reason.
Piano
Keyboard.
sound. Other keyboards.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you don't hear the key bed on a performance where you've got 20 players in a room.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's got to be comfortable for me.
well, that's the difference. Yeah. So
Yeah.
the point is you're
Because I want
your intoning and your experience, the feedback. Yeah, that's important. Yeah.
exactly. I want to be able to have the instrument give me what I'm putting into it, and the GEX keybed on the M8X, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as my experience goes, there's only one other weighted / hammer action keyboard that allows me to do that, and that's the RD1000. And unfortunately, I don't have an RD1000 anymore.
Look, I don't dispute what you're saying, Justin. You're absolutely right because you're saying
And I'm going to get a
what
coffee.
you do and the way you play and your tactile feedback and the whole sensibility of it, sensation of
Exactly.
it is important. Yeah.
But if you get to a session where, you might for example, I've got a brass sound, kind of CS80-ish, but I've got Poly AT controlling the filter, so almost like a Vangelis kind of sound. If I'm on a session, where maybe the director or the head composer says, "Oh, do you have anything like a Vangelis kind of sound?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I got this." So it's one of those things where, yeah, it might not be needed, but it's one of those I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Yeah,
So
I get
there's
that. I
that
get
mindset too. I totally understand what you're saying. At the same time, again, it all depends on what you're doing. What kind of music are you doing?
You have some fantastic disasters as a piano player. I went to the Melbourne Club, which is a very ritzy, male-only upper echelon club, and I went to play a wedding there. Steve, you're playing in the library. They've got a Bosendorfer grand there, and you're to play cocktail music throughout the gig. I get there, and the thing literally hasn't been tuned for 20 years. And the tuning is so bad, I could only play an F sharp. Because the black notes weren't as badly out of tune as the white ones, which had been.
That's all I'd be playing.
You play B, you're playing B and C sharp and F sharp and A flat and all the black notes. So that was. So you play on machines as bad as that, then you go in and play a Steinway D in a studio that basically, as you said, sang to you, that when you played it, you were listening, nothing you could play sounded wrong or bad on it because it just amplified the performance. It was just great.
Right.
But all of those things, that's the tactile feedback. But on most of the sessions I did, you're just part of the washing machine, and it doesn't really matter if you leave suds in the spin cycle. It doesn't matter.
They need a sound, and you've got to find the quickest way to get that sound.
And if they'd asked for the Vangelis thing, and I didn't have the necessary synthesizer, I would turn around and I would use a volume pedal.
Right.
And I'd MIDI's together a second synth with an 8VA brass harmonic in it, just sitting in there like a harpsichord almost sound, and then just play it and just sparkle occasionally. And that's the way you attain the effect. So it was just another way of, that's like an after-touch situation, but I'd use a volume pedal on a second synth to give you the dynamics. But it's a different, you're right, the whole thing is, or you'd use an A37 Roland keyboard with, which had just one after-touch strip in it, and use that with a Prophet 5 or something, or a Prophet 10, Prophet 08, there's P08, I've got a couple of those. They're all good things to use, but yeah, you're right. I mean, you have a problem and you solve it the way you got to solve it. But if
especially when you're on the clock. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, they want the second take. You haven't got a chance. And then the other thing is you can have a singer. If you get a singer and you've got to play for a singer and you come in and they've got the chart and say, "What are we playing?" I'm playing "What'll I Do?" Linda Ronstadt tune. Okay, fine. Female vocal key. Yeah, okay, I played in B flat. You play B. Oh, it doesn't sound right. We want it slower. We want it faster. We want it with more sparkle. We want it with more X, Y, Z. And it was like, and you change keys several times and you give them, in the end they say, "Oh, the vocal wasn't good tonight. Can we just record the backing?" So you'd record the backing in 8 keys and then walk out of the joint. And no one had a result. But it was one of those things. You had to be able to sight transpose. You had to be able to mentally transpose. You had to be able to compensate for style. Oh, we want it more reggae, we want it more bossa, we want it more heavy metal, we want it more
Right.
Richard Clayderman, we want it more Rick Wakeman. And so you're a chameleon that they're trying to get to jump through hoops. And after a while, the wheel is spinning, but the hamster is dead.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
it's-
exactly. That's why I'm a huge fan of the guys in Toto, is because that's what they did as session guys. Is, you know, you'd have to come up with the part on the spot, you know, and those guys could play anything.
Well, Lukather on guitar
Oh,
was
gosh, yeah.
exceptionally good at devising parts, especially for Quincy Jones and Michael Jackson albums. But the
Oh,
other
yeah,
thing is
the,
David Page's dad used to run the Marty Page Dectet with Mel Torme, and he
Right.
wrote some beautiful charts. So David was obviously brought up in that tradition. But the other thing that Page had, which was great, if you listen to the final Mini Moog solo on Lido Shuffle by
Oh, yeah.
Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees album from
Oh, yeah.
1976, 77 or so.
Yeah,
He
I have the album.
plays-
Yeah.
He plays a double arpeggio thing where he's got different inversions of the chords. I
Oh,
think
yeah.
it's G and then yeah. It's hard to play, but that was the
Yeah.
sound of that track. That when it got to that stage, it was like whoa, you know. And it was just a simple, but to be able to have that idea, have two mini moogs handy, get them tuned right,
Yeah.
and then play the split arpeggios. You know, it's just a brilliant technician.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. So Toto and Lukather and
One of their very,
all the
very
drummers,
important,
Pacharos.
Jeff Porcaro,
Yeah,
my
Pacharos
favorite drummer of all
They come
time.
from a
Oh, yeah.
musical family. But those guys were great. All the session musos who do sit. And see, I admired the British school when it came out in the 1980s, but my head was turned towards theatre and big bands at that
Theatre.
stage. So
Yeah.
all of the Human League and the Eurythmics and the Culture Club stuff and all of that was all done. And even Madonna's early stuff and all that stuff, I kind of bypassed me. I didn't get hooked. If I'd been 10 years younger, maybe I would, but I'd already done my synth stuff based on the guys from the 70s and 60s. So it was a different mindset. So I could do it if I had to, but it wasn't what intrigued me. You know, someone says I want a heavy synth bass, I'd go out to the car and get the Odyssey out and pull it inside, you know, and then I'd double it with another synth, you know, it was whatever worked. It wasn't a case of, oh shit, I don't have a System 100. Because we didn't even know what was on the record, you know, you guys
No,
knew.
you figure it out. You give them options, you know.
Yeah, but the point is that we would, you know, play me the sound you want or describe the track. And there were times when I'd be requested a song and I'd go to the phone and ask somebody who owned the album to play it through the phone for me so I get some idea of what was the requirement. Anyway, you know, horses for courses, we all have a different path through this keyboard thing. Anyway, I was working 7 days a week for close on 15 years and I paid off a house with the proceeds from my playing. So it wasn't a bad outcome for a musician who didn't intend to be professional and wanted to just do it as a hobby. It was quite a lucrative, and it was all session rates too, you know, like it was all union rates. So
Right.
you weren't allowed to be in the Musos Union until you were 18. But I got dumped into a pit gig in the Palais Theatre in Melbourne at 16. And the Musos Union had to strike a special exemption. So the exemption was that I was second piano, not first piano. The first piano was a paid union member, and that they could mic his piano and not mine.
Yeah.
So that was the deal they struck so that an amateur could play at a pro pit and get experience. But the guys who pushed for that were some of the older players who could see that I was keen on it, and they knew me from the school where I played with the big band and that I had some arranging experience. And they figured, well, they'll give you the whole pass for the time being. So
I've got one. I've only done one pit gig, and it was a freebie for a high school friend. He was directing a small production of Cabaret, and it was local to where I lived. There's only 2 people in the pit. There's a piano player and me. So orchestra pit, I was the orchestra. And what did I use to get all that stuff? I had a Yamaha SY85. I know I had an Sonic SQ2. And then if I needed sound effects, I had an Akai X and then a Korg I think a Poly 61. So again, work with what you have to get the sound you need.
I did a Sondheim production here of Anyone Can Whistle. It was in 1984 for Monash University. And the Monash University orchestra pit wasn't big enough to hold all the players they needed for the show. And the show scored for 7 reeds, but you've got cor anglais and oboe and tenor horn and all manner of instruments, bassoon.
Right.
And they had 7 reed parts, and I condensed 625 pages of Sondheim score down into 5 parts for saxophone and clarinet. So it was all compact. One clarinet flute player, and the rest were all saxes, and that was perfectly cohesive in that setting. And they said, it's a 60-string orchestra to go with it. I said, well, you're not going to get 60 players in that pit. It's a tiny pit, and it's on hydraulics to raise up and down, and there are gantries inside which further restrict the number of players. So we used a string synth in with half a dozen players, and half a dozen players will sound like a string section, and then you put the low strings onto string synth, and you can get away with that improvisation or that sort of adaptation. And we had to score it all, and it was a quick gig. I was sitting out, and this is pre-computers, so you're sitting with pen and ink out in the foyer of the theatre during their dress rehearsals, madly scribbling parts, and then sending them forward to the pit to be used in 5 minutes' time. But I've even had gigs where you get to the theatre and they've been rehearsing this song for 10 weeks. And they said, Steve, we don't have an orchestration for this particular song. We just don't have it. We've been playing it. We had the piano score. So I would sit in the pit with a small clam top HP half-scale PC
Your camera.
and a Hewlett-Packard laser printer, and I would type in the parts manually into the scoring package and print them off and issue them to the pit as we went. During dress rehearsals, during the show, I'd be printing shit out. So it totally improvised solutions and very dodgy brothers. The whole thing was dodgy brothers. So when you're in a situation of pressure like that, you want to reduce variables. You don't need more amenity in the keyboard department. You probably want less because you're just going for it's a broad brush approach. It isn't pointillism. It's just a slather of stuff to get it to happen, to give the audience something to listen to within the start and finish times of the piece. And you would get that in church too. If someone says, we want the XYZ hymn, and you say, oh, okay. I know one version of it, but they've got another version in mind. So you dust off the score and you've got to try and get the sound in a hurry and read it in a hurry and commit it to memory in a hurry.
Or they get, or their hymnal is a completely different translation as far as the lyrics go. You've got, that's.
Or it could be simple, like a wedding. It's written for male vocal, and they want to use a female vocalist, so that's out by a fourth. You've got to.
So I got to go up. Yeah, I got to go there.
And if you don't have a transposing keyboard,
I never used
the
one.
MKB 300 had a slider on it. The Roland MKB had a slider on it where you could transpose chromatically the whole thing. And I'd be playing a solo with the big band, and Rob Wagner, the trom player, was leaning over my shoulder and adjusting the pitch of the whole instrument by a few semitones each way just to try and throw me off. So I'd have to manually adapt what I was playing to sort of counteract what he was doing with the pitch slider. That led to some funny moments. So there were guys who used to play.
I'd be taking duct tape to
Another
that.
one.
No, well, we did. We got a piece of heavy gauge transparent plastic, took the mouthpiece off his trombone, put the plastic on and jammed the mouthpiece back in, and then tore away the plastic so they couldn't see. And we filled his trom slide with water. So he brought it up to play, and of course instant back pressure, so he's pressed harder, instant back pressure, and then he's finally burst the seal in the plastic in the mouthpiece, and that's pushed the water out and sprayed it all across the parts that he had. So we had a few gags like that along the way, but yeah, it was. If you're a working musician, you come across all sorts of obstacles, including trombone players.
Oh yeah, yep.
Well,
But another situation we were in, there was a show on Australian TV called Young Talent Time, and it brought kids up to do a Saturday night half-hour show. So they record the music on the Monday, and then they'd mime to it on the following Saturday afternoon, and then the show would go to air Saturday evening for half an hour, and it was kids just doing cover versions of popular songs. And Danny Minogue was one of the people on that show, and there were a few other people. But my band leader, John Hawker, didn't like the guy who compared the show because he was into the kiddies, Jimmy Savile type, and it was... He resigned his position after that. Now, that was always only alleged, but there was a bit of destruction there amongst the kids. I think the kids will have the story. But, yeah, so there was a bit of tension. You meet people who haven't worked together well in the past, and you're on a gig with them, and suddenly you're in the middle of fireworks, and that can be very disconcerting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, such are the foibles. I'm going to leave you guys to it. It's late for you, and I should let you get some sleep.
Yeah, I'm feeling tired, I must admit.
I've bored everyone senseless for the last 2 hours. I shall refrain.
Yeah, really.
Ugh. Hopefully the weather's better tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, drier at least.
I'm hoping for Friday to be an absolute fucking shambles of the day, weather-wise, because they'll keep the little bastards from knocking on my door going, hey. In the middle
Are you
of the
doing
show.
Pro Synth Network during the time the trick-or-treaters might be around?
Yep.
Very possibly, actually.
I'll have to ring up the local scout troop in Norwich, Robbie, and have them send them round to all
they'll
knock
have a
on
bit of
doors
a
at
walk.
5-minute intervals.
Actually, I'm just going to see what the weather's looking like for Friday. Oh, good. It's going to be really... Yeah, it's going to be quite wet. Excellent.
Will it put them off, do you reckon?
Probably not. And
Highly doubt
scrounging little bastards.
Considering they're being their little plastic costumes protected from all the wet.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
In their inflatable Pikachus and whatever.
Darth Vader's and all of those.
Yeah.
There does seem to be a bit of an unwritten rule around here that if you don't put anything out, like if you don't put any pumpkins or whatever,
They're not going to
just
call.
like, they won't call.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like, yes, we are participating in this.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. I think around here, if you leave your outside light off, that's how people know that you're not like taking part, or at least that's how it was like 30 years ago when I was a kid.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of it here because it's very much an American tradition, and we used to have Guy Fawkes Night on the 5th of November, but Cracker Night, and that was the one highlight of my childhood.
Yeah.
But that was soon because of the number of kids who were damaged for life through firecrackers exploding near them. They banned fireworks subsequently.
I wish they
And
would.
Halloween sort of took off in a little way here, but it was never really that popular. The kids would trick or treat sometimes. But
Well, a lot of US films kind of promoted it, you know, and it kind of caught on.
I remember
Slightly.
the first year that we actually had or did trick or treat. It must have been around 1980 because we were living in this. I was living in this village about 7 miles outside of Norwich, and at the time, Rantry Macintosh, who this big chocolate manufacturer conglomerate, they had a factory in Norwich, and the Macintosh family lived in this village. And I think leading up to Halloween so it must have been 1980, maybe 80 or 81, I don't know. Anyway, leading up, there'd been this big thing. It come over to the UK, or certainly the awareness of it had come over to the UK from the US, that there was this tradition where you would go, you dress up in costumes and you go and knock on people's door and you go trick or treat, and if you got a treat, you got some candy, and if it was a trick, then you do something, a little naughty but not not terrible. And we knocked on, we went up to the front door of this big fucking house where the Macintosh family lived, and what I can presume was the butler opens the door with a box full of like everything that Rantry Macintosh made back in the day. I'm like, oh fucking hell, this is great. And that was the only time I ever did trick or treat. The only time.
They were responsible for Rolos, weren't they?
They were.
Rolos.
Yeah.
I'll say good night, gents. I'll catch
All
up
right,
with
mate.
you
All right,
next time.
Steve.
Have a good show on Friday. I'm looking forward to it, actually. I think
Yeah.
it's one of the highlights of the week. It's normally late on a Friday night, and then Ramsey's early on a Saturday. So there's those time constraints. I think I've got to do 24 hours in a stretch to see both shows and stay awake. So, but it's worth doing. I'm sure you'll have.
Well,
and the
this is
call
beauty of
gentleman
YouTube. You
sounds.
can watch it anytime, can't you? So.
No, but you've got to be there for the chat, the interaction, and you get more brownie points on your channel if you have people watching live.
Yeah.
I will, just so I can ask the guy, where the hell is the O1W?
You'll probably produce something this size and say it's in one of these. Off you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
They can do that now. Anyway, I'll catch up soon. Have a good one,
but-
gents. Cheers.
And you both.
Bye.
Yeah, you
Take care, man.
See you later.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, weird, isn't it? I think we've only ever had them round here once.
When I lived in the village up until recently, they would come around and say, as long as if you put stuff out, they would come, and we would do it because our kids would do it, Or I say that, I mean, our kids actually didn't go out. I think Luca would go out with his mates,
Yeah.
but Sophia, she wasn't. She'd do all the dressing up bit, but she wouldn't go out doing trick or treat and stuff. Too shy.
Yeah.
I mean, the only bad experience I had must have been around 98, 99. I just moved into this brand new house. Me and my ex-wife had just bought this brand new house, and it was a funny little estate because there was a real sort of mishmash of people on there. Anyway, the next door neighbours, it was a family with like 3 rowdy little kids that the parents didn't really keep under control, shall we say. Anyway, me and the missus were both out working, and I came home and found cold spaghetti and tomato sauce smeared all over my garage door. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I was fuming. I thought, what the hell's going on? So I went indoors and I got the hose pipe out and I was spraying this down. My next door neighbour, he comes out and he says, oh yeah, they got you then. I said, what do you mean they got me? He said, oh yeah, well the kids knocked on your door and there was no answer, so they did that. And he was like all for it. I'm like, fuck you. I fucking unloaded a barrage of abuse at him, and that was I
I would have sprayed him with the hose.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
should have done.
But then that's
didn't.
another issue. But
Yeah, but that was the only time I'd ever been tricked. But it wasn't as if we were there and we didn't answer. We weren't there, So
Yeah.
man, wankers. Never mind.
Oh, I don't know.
yeah,
Jackie said to me tonight. I said, "Oh, are you, doing anything? Are you going to put anything out?" Because last few years I've got all these hologram videos of spooks and ghouls and comic kind of beheadings and things like that, and all. It sounds but I found a whole bunch of stuff, and I've got a projector. It's an old projector, mine, but it's not bad. And if you project it onto net curtains, it kind of gives it a bit more of a 3D effect. And I've been doing that for the last few years, like projecting these spooky images on the windows, and the kids seem to love it. And I put a little Bluetooth speaker in the bushes just outside the window, and then just send the audio to the Bluetooth speaker so it comes out. But I shan't be fucking bothering this year. Well, I can't because I'm doing a show, so.
Mm.
So fingers crossed we won't get disturbed. Oh.
Normally, when you think you won't, you will.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Isn't it?
It's one of those anything.
See what
that
my
can go
missus
wrong.
bought me for our anniversary. Never seen this before. It's a giant Toblerone, but it's honey almond nougat and gingery candied orange peel. It's rather fucking nice.
I have to ask the question: does it have poly aftertouch?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. So every time I fire up my iLock e-licenser, it wants to do a maintenance update.
Right.
And it keeps coming up with the e-licenser service closed down on May
Yeah.
20th, 2025. I go, okay, so stop asking for a fucking maintenance update then.
What the size of them pieces?
Good Lord.
Here. Oh wow.
Probably not the sort of thing I should be having just before I go to bed, but
Yeah, well, yeah.
fuck it. If I don't eat it, the kids will. Well, you know what to do, probes. Join the show.
That'll be happening. I'll try to make it. That's weird because I just fired up the license manager. It doesn't do it for me.
So, or maybe is it not asking? Is it asking for maintenance?
No.
But I suppose because you've got a maintenance tab at the top, haven't you? If you click on that, it might come up and say, "No, sorry, not available to you, young man."
Licenses. No, I don't have a maintenance tab.
That's probably what
Well,
one
then
of the
again,
maintenance
yeah.
updates it wants to do is to remove the maintenance tab.
Yeah, right. For a software update, so maybe that's it. I haven't updated.
Yeah.
I haven't really needed. Can find so far.
I see a lot more people seem to think there's a Cubase 15 update coming soon.
Yes, that or a new Cubase.
That's what I mean. Yeah, Cubase 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, judging by all the special offers on 14 that were coming up recently.
New Endo's 50% off as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mind you, the differences are so minute, it's not really worth it.
How long has
Yeah.
14 been out? Seems like it's just recent.
Must be getting on
Couple
for...
years?
No, I think it's about a year. About a year, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something of that nature.
Because it would seem odd that they would, if it's only been a year, that they would team out.
Yeah.
And if the improvements on the new version are minute, why not call it 14.2 or 14.5 like Reason does?
Yeah. There's
Or
been
Reason used to do.
there's been software updates to it. I can't
Right.
remember off the top of my head what its actual version is at the moment. Let's have a quick butcher's. It should say
14 point
it's 14.032,
something.
which I think that's about 2 updates since it came out. Which is weird because there's enough wrong with this that it should have had a lot more updates. Compared with 13 and 12, I've had issues with 14. Or a combination of issues with 14 and this iteration of the OS. But 13 with whatever the last OS was called.
Not Sequoia, but what's the one before that?
Mojave or something, was it?
Yeah, Mojave, I think.
Yeah. Sweet as a nut. Then I had issues once I went to 14 and Sequoia. So.
Yeah.
Cubase has just been updated. Well, I say just been updated. I've got an update waiting here for 14.04.
Oh, okay. let's have a quick hooker's butch then at my Cubase. Where is she? She should be on the. I think she's on the first tab, isn't she?
Should
Weirdly,
fire
I
a
don't
breeze in at some point and see if there's any updates there, because I haven't really used it much.
Weirdly not seeing the Stoltenberg what me call Dubry. No. Where are we? I'm not seeing it anywhere. That's weird. Oh, I know it's here. Start again, Kent. No. That's another thing I've got to do now is check that my focus rate hasn't reverted to 44.1, which it tends to do completely by itself for no reason whatsoever.
Huh.
Which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, I
That came about because of all that buffering when I was streaming.
Yeah. Had one focus
Although-
rate FireWire interface and gave it to somebody and never looked back.
Mm.
I've had more problems with any Focusrite gear than I've had with anything else.
Yeah. I think the interface I had before was an M-Audio one.
Mm.
And that appeared to run quite flawlessly. Once it was set up, that was it. Never had to go near it again.
Mm.
But I believe it was incapable of going up to 48, or was it 96? I can't remember which it was now.
Mm.
No, it must have been able to go up to 48. Christ, 2025, not 1925. Wow.
Yeah, right.
Where the hell is my Steinberg updater?
You mean the download
On your computer?
assistant?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
I'm,
download assistant.
yeah. I'm not seeing it for some bleeding reason. Oh, there shit. Is that it? No, that's not it. That's the library manager. No. Oh, there it is. For fuck's sake. Right in front of me. Center screen. Right there. And I'm not seeing it. All those icons are just too colourful. Can't see anything for looking.
That's why I don't put anything on my desktop, because I would never be able to find
No,
it.
it's not on the desk. This is on the, that little app thing comes up.
Oh, the applications folder.
Yeah. And it's just all these huge icons. That way, let's see. Voilà, monsieur et madame. Right, what's she gonna do? Updating Steinberg Library Manager. Okay. Before we've even started. It's taking its time. Uh-oh.
As most updates do.
Yeah, well, this one's... It's 98 meg, so it should have downloaded it and
It
like...
should just yeah.
Bish, bump, bink, gone.
Yeah.
But it's sitting there and it's doing its little circle of death.
Yeah, the spinning wheel of death.
Yeah. Come on then. Oh, here we go. Right, it's booted up. Here we go. Cubase Pro 11 update, Cubase Pro 12, Cubase Pro 13, Cubase Pro 14, and extended software plugin for Montage M. Okay.
Oh,
Let's
is there
have a
an
look
update
at
for
it.
that?
Update. Appears
Yeah.
not.
Yeah,
I've got an app.
figures.
Right, we've got an update for applications. Yeah, this is the. Oh, it's Groove Agent, Robbie.
What is?
It's updated for Groove Agent to make it. It's the 14.0.4 application is required, but the actual update is for Groove Agent. apparently.
There we go. Makes a little more sense.
And VST Sounds, Groove Agent factory content. So it's basically just Groove Agents getting an update of 1.2 gig. What? That doesn't sound right. Let's see what's going on. No, there isn't. No, it is an update for Cubase. I'm too big a pudding. It's the way they've worded it.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what. Yeah, it's practically a gig. And it's downloaded. Do the other one as well then. And we'll fire up 14.4 and let's see what's going on. Do what wah do.
Oh, Triton. There it is.
I watched on YouTube the other day the Andre Rio Orchestra, and they're playing a bit of the score of the newer Star Wars film. And the guy was playing the lead on a pan flute and he had no arms. Well, he had no lower arms, he just had his upper arms. And he played it really, really well, considering.
Yeah.
It sounded really quite good, actually.
Right, I need to go to bed.
Well, I should too, but I'm going to have a look at this update at least first. To be honest with you, I was half asleep when I was in the workshop today. A lot of late nights catching up on me, I think. So what's left to do now? Must get this cube iLock thing done and dusted and sorted out. The new drives come tomorrow, apparently. So set that up to be a nice little NAS system in the corner. But won't be doing anything major until after PSN.
No, please don't.
No, I'm not going to. Do not worry.
There's a track record there that's not very good.
Yeah, and I won't be mentioning any particular Chord products and their references to breasts either.
Breasts, yeah.
Now, actually, I adore the PS series. Adore them. I love them.
Yeah, but I've got 2 plug-in versions already.
Mm.
Do I need a third one? Probably not.
Yeah, but the third one is the definitive one.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, I mean, I've heard a couple of them. One's, it's close-ish. The other one, closer. I'm hoping that the definitive one is like, fucking nailed it. Well, at least that's what we hope.
Right.
Because not everybody can afford to whip 10k out of their back pocket.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the
Kazumba. One or more contact instances cannot be located. No shit, they're over on the shelf there behind me, mate. Yeah.
Really now?
But you can try and fire it up anyway.
If anything, I'll get the upgrade just to get the Trinity for $50 less.
Yeah. let's have a look and see what we have here. Oh, I tell you what. It does look quite sleek, I have to admit.
What's that?
The
33.
Cubase.
Oh, Cubase.
Yeah, she's looking quite.
How much
Yeah.
processing is that using?
What? 3300.
Yeah, 3300.
Is there a... don't think there's a meter built into the instrument.
That would be built into your DAW.
Yeah, I'm playing it standalone.
Oh, you're in standalone.
Let me fire up.
Right. What's the other thing we had to look at beforehand? Oh, I forgot to do it. Right, do it again. Dickweed. Forgot what I was going to check.
Oh, either Cubase or Groove Agent.
Put it in. No, the I want to see if the ProSonus drivers are doing what they're supposed to do. No, they are not.
Oh,
I just might have to add it.
What are you using for Personas?
It's the fader port.
Oh, the fader port. Yeah.
But I think I have to assign it. It doesn't just happen, does it?
Yeah, it needs to be in MCU mode, I believe, on the fader port itself.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, this one is specifically designed for her anyway.
Yeah.
Just wondering if there's something I forgot to add to it, but let's have a quick look in the system configuration. MIDI port setup. Here we go. Oh, okay. She's already been detected and is installed. Okay, lovely. Then why aren't you fucking working then? Hang on. Wait a minute. Let's not jump the gun. Let's give it an actual track.
Hmm.
There we go. And we know Equator exists on the Mac itself, but no, I'm not getting.
So my fader port 16's over at the about 3 miles away at my new house. I need to drag it over here just so I can have it.
Well, it certainly is installed. It's listed as active.
Oh yeah, that's right. Arturia's got a bunch of updates too.
Let's have a look here what we've got. Everything is activated for it. Capture all events, yes. Record button, solo. No.
It's barely tickling the CPU meter.
Really?
Can you close the filter on that a bit?
The filter.
I'd say it's in the VCF section, but that doesn't really help, does it?
Yeah, and remember, there's three of them.
On which module would you like me to close the filter on?
There should be a global one.
It should be
Yeah, global
There
one.
should be a global one.
Yeah.
Got her? Just hold the cord down and bring her down slowly.
Yeah, here's the test.
Where the bloody hell? What am I not seeing?
Let's just detune it now.
Is that via a single control?
I genuinely can't. Where's the global?
It should be over there on the far right.
Yeah, the right side, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm looking. I'm just.
Because it's 3100, 3100, 3100, and then there
Yeah.
should be some global controls up that end.
There is. Hang on a minute.
Take your time.
Copyright strike.
Oh, I can't share that because it's a fucking. Hang on a sec.
Aruba. Right, let's.
So if I do this.
Drop down or other.
You find it.
It's still very small.
Yeah, that is tiny.
It's full screen. I just full screened it.
Yeah. Oh my god, they played it out like a real 32.
Keyboard trigger.
Well, I tell you what, just bring all of the
Yeah, bring the
frequency
each of
knobs
the
in each section, and then bring it down to about the 9 o'clock. Just play a big wide chord. Chord high up and 2 octave, octave apart bass note. Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would suggest putting some modulation on the sweep, but yeah. Let's think. What's that? This what is it? 49 note poly.
yeah.
Set at 16 at the moment, but can go to 60.
All right. Can you imagine it? 60 Korg 35 filters.
What the fuck is going on with my... That's what it was. I knocked the polarity switch on my... It is lovely.
It is lovely. Many penny Benny?
0 penny. Enough art. But the upgrade is... they've got some offers on. You can buy just this individually if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's cheaper to get the full.
Much more.
Is it many pennies in the standalone then?
It's 99 if you have Collection 5, but that's 99 US.
Yeah. It's picked the wrong time to come out, isn't it?
Yeah, no kidding. After I just got honest here.
Update failed.
Yeah, well,
Oops.
Oh yeah, there's that overturn. Oh, I remember that sound. Actually, my TR rack is still at the house.
Some lovely sounds.
There's a,
We're still in.
This is... I love this.
yes.
Yes, guitar sample that they recycled into the Triton.
Yeah, well, it's that good.
Yeah. Like a response to Polly T.
Huh. Grasshopper.
Wax on, wax off.
So cool, isn't it? Those sort of sounds.
Yeah, it's a very Korg sound.
good old MIDI piano.
Oh, yeah. That was a go-to when I had my Pro X.
Lovely sound, isn't it?
Yeah.
Never arrived.
Yeah. Oh, somebody passed gas. Oof.
Yeah, there's lots of good stuff in that one.
I see. No, that's not it either. Excellent.
So I think you'd like this one.
Mm.
High registers sound nice.
Supposed to be a Yamaha U1 or something.
Yeah, it's just Japanese. Or German or Italian.
Or whatever.
I know what all those are.
Yeah.
They are nice piano sounds. There's no two ways about it.
That's the same engine that's in the Cronus and the Nautilus.
Should have the
Yeah,
Austrian
that was
Grand
one
version.
major improvement, I think, from the Oasis's piano.
Well, yeah, because that was the HD1 engine,
Yeah.
whereas this was like its own, thing.
Yeah.
And also, you went from I don't know how many megs of ROM the Oasis had, but you go from that to having sound stored on, a 30
Yeah.
gig, at the start, a 30 gig solid state drive. It's like you go from 0 to 11.
Yeah. I think it was. God, I think she was a 500 meg.
Yeah, 600, something like
Yeah,
that.
I think she was a 500 meg drive with. I think she contained 8 meg.
I think it was like
Sharp.
a 200 meg, supposedly a 230 meg piano on the Oasis.
Yeah, but it wasn't like that.
No,
It was okay, but it just wasn't like that.
no, it wasn't. Yeah,
Yeah,
wasn't as
was
detailed because you only had so much space.
Yeah, that's it.
To compress all those samples, and then you had all this other stuff that they wanted to include in the HD1, so it couldn't just be the piano.
Mind you,
But
I
to
think
go
it was,
from that,
it was running the P42 gigs as well.
yeah.
Yeah, although that was quite fast in the late 90s.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm off because I can barely keep my eyes open. Now I've reached that point.
Oh, don't.
Yeah.
Oh, what is it anyway? Oh my lord, it's 1:30. Yeah, okay then.
Yeah.
Where's it? 5 hour pub. Where's it go?
I know, right?
Anyway,
Okay.
early to bed, probably late to rise at the way I'm feeling.
Yeah.
My arm still bloody hurts. It's what, 5 days now?
Mm.
The swelling's nearly, it's reduced. But it still aches slightly. Still can't sleep on it.
No.
Yeah, I still can't sleep on it. It's like, nah.
I was going to say, you didn't try to lift the Selena, did you?
No, this is the COVID jab. And it's
Oh.
I've had a bit of a reaction to it this year. But only in the sense of that swollen up and sore and a little skinny rash down at the bottom of my arm. But,
Better than getting COVID itself.
oh, God, yeah. Because I can still remember what that was like. So, mind you, in fairness, that was
Yeah.
the 2019 variant, which was like, he goes, I may kill you. I haven't made up my mind yet. That variant.
Right, I will see you round.
Indeed.
Take
All
it
right,
easy.
take care.
See you later.
Probably see you some point tomorrow.
Yeah, probably.
Look, that's the way it goes, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. All right, mate.
All right, then.
See you later.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.